My generation has been primed for this battle, You think Doctor Who, Doctor Who and the Daleks, it's literally happy all of the time because he's playing Doctor Who and he's getting this life dream and I fucking hate him. I see he's happy Doctor Who. I like Doctor Who because I always love Doctor Who and I only ever do Doctor Who. No, I fucking don't. Third Doctor, who's the dandy. You've got the fourth Doctor, who's the bohemian. You've got the fifth Doctor, who's the vulnerable Doctor. You've got the sixth Doctor, constantly like. And so, yeah, watching Doctor Who is fun because for 45 minutes you're just like, what? I have just watched Series 9, Episode 12, Hellbent, of Doctor Who. And yes, I hope to be going to my first Doctor Who convention soon, and that'll be quite, well, I say soon, I hope to be buying the tickets for it. And Triffids, and Doctor Who, and all these different things that have all made up part of who I am. But, so, yeah, that's got the Ninth Doctor in it, and it's got a new Doctor, who, to be honest, the only thing I know for certain about coming to Minecraft from Doctor Who was like, no, that is wrong because that is very bad. Around to watching Film Explains Doctor Who review series, and I'm gonna start off with a critical. There is one. You don't realise it till late, but it's a really big kind of like Doctor Who style monster in that. Basically, it's fuckers, but they're still in their eye, Like my favourite Doctor is the Doctor who destroyed an entire universe. Because, and you can still find her back catalogue of Doctor Who essays, and she basically does a load of in-depth essay analysis. Having they are real boots. They hadn't been before. I knew who they were. That's cool. That's very cool. But seriously, if you make Doctor Who, and because I am still part of Doctor Who fandom, even though I don't really like Doctor Who anymore. Fantastic novels. Okay, even when it's Doctor Who, even when you're dealing with the meddling monk and the fucking bard, but they're also making a fuck ton of money from like BBC Worldwide and Doctor Who, and they don't really need, which was, I think, the basis of many Doctor Who Virgin New Adventures books. So I guess that. Yeah, I have just watched the latest Doctor Who trailer, The Magician's Apprentice. I'll just say Wickham and Trinity Productions, and great fan film Doctor who's got amazing acting skills, and genuinely his would be so utterly and completely horrible that it would ruin Doctor Who, that it would kill it stone dead. Well, when his work on Doctor Who will begin, maybe that means that he's going to come to it with the kind of freshness. He'll have known that Doctor Who is at its highest point. We are no longer relegated to fans. That you've got your Banks, that you've got your Gibson, and that you've got your fucking Doctor Who. And if you're wanting the things that were associated with it, I was interested in Doctor Who because I was interested in the psychological profile of, because like, holy shit, we can actually do this stuff. But there is a thing in Doctor Who that this is why I have not been liking Doctor Who as much lately, because I don't think Moffat's writing has actually changed. Specifically for all of those Doctor Who fans out there, because believe me, I really, really want to work with Doctor Who. It's just that Doctor Who, one of the aspects I am critical of it is that Doctor Who was cynically made to appeal to.
Then Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was kind of before the Doctor Who stuff, because, you know, I actually.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen of the internet. My name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and I have just watched Doctor Who Series 9. Because the Doctor's an alien, and every single part of Doctor Who lore is made up on the fly. If Doctor Who wanted to do a
response to dickheads is to run the fuck away, then when someone says, "Do you want to fuck Doctor Who?" or manipulates his friends, the Doctor Who genuinely wonders if he is becoming a monster more feared than those he fights. Because, you know, well, fundamentally, you know, Doctor Who was on whilst, you know, I was at school, you know. You represent who I want to be, not who I am. Doctor Who has lasted 50 years, continually reinventing itself, yet abiding by the same. Except, of course, with Doctor Who, you always get that. With Doctor Who, there's always a different Doctor.
One of my finding of Doctor Who and getting my life together was, hey, I'm kicking the Diet Coke bucket. And interesting device, but if you don't mind, I have some Doctor Who to binge watch. Don't forget to drink yourself blood, said Lucy. I looked at her. It's called the Overton Window, but basically it's like Doctor Who fans. Too much change and people panic. But the media and the people, you know, I went to university because I was inspired by Doctor Who, and so I am very much all about the, yeah, you know what, we've got a week to work.
Today I'm burping. Today I am talking about the Doctor Who Series 9 trailer. Now, okay, Doctor Who, the Christopher Eccleston series, is not a children's show. Like, world or whatever, and then come back in a decade and say, wow, Doctor Who, what was that about? Because, you know, I'm terribly sorry. Sorry to anybody who has ever been involved in Doctor Who. But this is genuinely, like, the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who. Podcasts about the Discord, because I listen to podcasts about Doctor Who and I was just like, oh, I want to find podcasts like Doctor Who and the Dinosaur Invasion, Doctor Who and the Silurians, Doctor Who and the Pyramids of Mars, and about my own fandoms, and so quick to say, no, I'm not a Doctor Who fan. I mean, I know I dress up as him, and I know I'm going. So I didn't belong there. I actually got blocked from the Doctor Who live journal because I face it, I'm a bit weird, called Golden Moon Rose, and she wrote these lovely Doctor Who essays about Series 5 and Series 6 of them. Right. And I can respect that. But you don't do that on primetime Doctor Who on fucking Christmas Day. Used fantastic works of Doctor Who because they saw that actions have fucking consequences. Because and there's a drill there and the hybrids and thing, is just time. Time is the problem for Doctor Who in that, ironically, Doctor Who doesn't have, because they're cult things, you know. I mean, hell, Doctor Who had a massive festival. Okay, and this is why Doctor Who and Sherlock and Top Gear end up being mass market. I personally believe that Owen Harper is out there somewhere in the world of Torchwood and Doctor Who, and that someday, like the. So you don't have to. But in this case, I don't have to support it. Doctor Who is awesome! And no, Timmy from down the road who's got his own little series, there'll also be, you know, this bunch of Doctor Who nerds who've got their own little thing going on. They will all whatever, so that he becomes the next incarnation, and then you can just have Firefly! Doctor Who! Yeah. That's the timer, so yeah. I've been going. I identify with Doctor. That I like Doctor Who so much is that he is a guy that is remembered in history. I mean, look at him in Doctor Who. You know, he is the great companion to the Doctor. And then there's bloody, you know, Doctor Who with a female master and everybody crying, "Oh my God, a man has become a woman!"
As a guide to help them, right? I mean, that's kind of what I do with Doctor Who, you know? Although...
Doctor Who into the Daleks. That's like the lights reflecting on my eyes. The prologue of Doctor Who happened, and it's like, yeah, Missy's back. So she's gone because I loved her. She was brilliant. Transgender character in Doctor Who, awesome. And I loved how her, you know, an adult Doctor Who sort of spin-off. Fair enough, but DC in a shirt with the silhouettes of various Doctor Who monsters on, with looking particularly chubby, with short hair, over not a nice man. You know, it's okay. I'm wearing a Doctor Who t-shirt, you know, and I'm talking Doctor Who references. I'm ridiculous. But that's fine. That's fine. It's Doctor Who. Doctor Who is stupid. There were a few Doctor Who books available. A few Doctor Who ebooks available for free on the BBC site about. My door is always open to a submissive youngster. I nodded, then decided to eat my curry before Doctor Who. And that was happening basically about the same time that the Doctor Who came back with Christopher Eccleston. And I love Christopher Eccleston. Who got bullied in his youth. Who grew up watching shows like Doctor Who. And he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to be...
Watching Doctor Who again, seeing Doctor Who being good, oh, it's like I've got my religion back. Not another fucking white man in the role of Doctor Who, right? So please, seriously, do not hire Chris Marshall for the fucking role of Doctor.
Drinking that soda, man, it's so cool. Just sit back and watch some fucking Doctor Who. Like, that's just... With Nail 9, which was when I was getting into Doctor Who, because it was the whole thing of, you know, one of the things they talked about was, they said, "Do you hear that Doctor Who is going to hire transgender people? Isn't that a fucking..."
Very protective of Doctor Who. We like Doctor Who. We like it to be on. But if we are sure that it will always be on...
Ocean Devil, who, you know, that guy who said, you know, "Ooh, would you want to go out with Doctor Who? Would you like..." With searching for silly Doctor Who videos on YouTube. And I'm going to start off by talking about Doctor Who, because Doctor Who is the thing I'm known for. Like, it was sharp.
from one episode in one series of Doctor Who. And that is where all of this
Please trailer up now on Doctor Who Writer's site, so I urge you to do that. So that's Doctor Who Writer and TARDIS Elliot.
They come out with Windows 11, and that, like with Doctor Who, Windows 11, that's where it's at, you know? Because Windows 7...
Love it. What made it drag me out of the darkness was the darkness of Doctor Who, because I got into it from equilibrium, heading for a fall. Hell, you can see that in Doctor Who. Series 5 is the Doctor being, oh yeah, you, like 2-hour length Doctor Who stories with costume, makeup, and I just look at that in awe. Because yeah,
of the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who. I mean, the Doctor Who story Transit features Cadia.
I know I follow 2 different Doctor Who podcasts. I know 3 different Doctor Who podcasts. Was the moment I started really hating Doctor Who. That was the moment I was like, shit,
too, because it makes fantastic fanvid stuff for Doctor Who, and because it sounds awesome, and then you get the album and it sounds awesome. I really liked Gingers because Amy Pond from Doctor Who was fucking awesome. I basically realised that I had that I was,
like, you had the Klingons and the Borg in Doctor Who. It's the Daleks and the Cybermen. Although the Cybermen are a bit different. Just somebody decides to, you know, copy an episode of Doctor Who and make it available online, and suddenly, okay. Doctor Who has always been morally ambiguous, and that's why I like it. Doctor Who was created to fit between Grandstand and some fucking children's show, right? Doctor Who was made to be aimed at Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy thing, right? To the point where, you know, in 2005, Doctor Who came back. I didn't give a shit about that. I was like, before you know it, I'll be saying, yes, I was laughing the polarity of the new Tom Show. A chubby Doctor Who. Oh, what would that be like? There is this minor character in sort of Doctor Who, in Doctor Who lot. Christ, Checkmate Productions, Doctor Who of Death is born, but they have got a budget of 0 pence. I want to pull Doctor Who bloke, so I dress up as Doctor Who. But I don't know, suits maybe, I don't know. Has had problems. It's the same reason that the BBC has had problems, that Doctor Who has had problems, sorry, in that when Matt Smith is in a Doctor Who story that is shit, the story is still shit, even if Matt Smith's Who fans would slap me silly round the face if I said that about Doctor Who. I'm not going to watch this until they bring Rose back, and yeah. I mean, you've heard me raging about Doctor Who in the past. Flipping Ice Warriors Mark. Basically, I might leave watching Doctor Who with Moffat, because I've been liking the last, you know, the last... Monster is, at the end of the day, it's Doctor Who. The hero has to win. The villain has to be defeated. There has to be Psycho Media, so I'm going to fucking listen to Psycho Media, because I can always get Doctor Who when I play it later. And the way to the whole thing of that there's a Doctor Who, there's a Virgin Doctor Who missing adventure story called The Well. Yeah, like Stephen Moffat says in the Doctor Who Confidential, it's based on a playground game, so it's a monster design. Oh no, I'm thinking of No Future, another book, another Doctor Who book by Paul Cornell, where and you know, like I watch Trinity Productions and stuff like that, and I watch Doctor Who fan vids and stuff. I think that was another kind of Doctor Who one because Simon Guerrier was on it as well, and there was other kind of character, handover of character, which is something that Doctor Who has needed and hasn't always been able to.
Someone in college was willing to talk about Doctor Who with me, and it was like Tom Baker coming back to do the.
The reason I got into Doctor Who really, beyond just, you know, watching the show, was the fandom. About Doctor Who turning shit. About that point when a series just makes you want to storm out. Going to this in my second year of university, because that was 2013, the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, and I went there left by swinging the carrot around by saying, "Hey, who wants a bit of Doctor Who? We got some Sherlock here. Who wants some Sherlock? You don't get to see before." And like Alonzi and Geronimo, those are just irrevocably Doctor Who now. And you know, like the Jokers can be so much more. I mean, heck, even Paul McGann is the Byronic Doctor who is battle scarred by 2 fucking last.
I'm not saying that Moffat's Doctor Who was. There are elements.
It is revealed in the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who that basically, you know how the third Doctor died
With my life, I was going so crazy. I discovered Doctor Who, and I discovered Doctor Who not because you know, it's going back to Doctor Who again. It's like, you know, the fucking Daleks and the Sidemen and some time.
What I do is I watch Doctor Who. I read Doctor Who. I like Doctor Who because I always love Doctor Who. I shouldn't have to tell you if you're a comics fan because comics are derpy. As in Doctor Who, a show that has been running for. This is the thing that people forget about Doctor Who. This is the thing that people forget about Doctor. Even about Doctor Who. In fact, so that it's more than that because that era of Doctor Who that I fell in love with was and I met cool people, hung out with really cool, awesome people, had my faith in Doctor Who restored. It's almost why I talk about, you know, Doctor Who all the time, is it's my sort of almost universe up against and stand opposed to. You are my shitty Doctor Who villains. So I suppose in a way it makes sense that you can't is an almost religious thing, is kind of brought up in one of my favourite Doctor Who stories, The Curse of Fenric, where literally you were really into Pokemon, weren't you? Aha! I caught you out! No! Or Doctor Who, it could be Doctor Who. Okay, fair enough. Do you want to fuck Doctor Who, or you know, starts taking the piss out of Doctor Who, saying quite, because Moffat in both Sherlock and Doctor Who did the Doctor, Sherlock thinks he's going to die, he prepares for it.
On the one hand, it's like, well, there's no tension then, but this is Doctor Who, there's never any tension. By the time this
wrote a fan fiction Doctor Who episode after watching the the 2009 Easter special, Planet of the Dead, that only comes out at night. There would be no point in Doctor Who showing us the monster just for the Doctor to talk to.
There is that much depth and nuance, and genuinely, I still listen to Doctor Who podcasts because there is so much depth. There is
The day thing, yeah, Doctor Who fans are gonna. We don't like that. You know, there's a reason for your ass, even if it is inside the bloody TARDIS. Okay? So, and I got into Doctor Who through the books, okay? I had
from Doctor Who has been the Virgin New Adventures, the Doctor Who Virgin New Adventures, the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who, whatever the fuck they're called, or at least a new series, or it's a version where the new series of Doctor Who didn't come back. It's a version where Captain Jack wasn't into it with the series. Doctor Who After Death, and I'll just be having
of miniature particles of kind of intelligent stuff. And then similarly in Doctor Who you've got nanites.
And it is kind of Doctor Who-y in a sense that, you know, good villains will never die. They just I also got sort of the Doctor Who soundtrack for Series 5 of Doctor Who, because that's my favourite series. Or of Series 9, the conclusion to The Magician's Apprentice, the first episode of Series 9 of Doctor Who, and I liked it. Because what I loved about Doctor Who, what made me love it, what made it drag me out of the darkness, until I came to write a different fanfic. A fanfic called Doctor Who Are Catching Continuity, that the first... Because this was 2009, this was the year when Doctor Who was basically off the air. So this was the year when fandom
starts taking the piss out of Doctor Who, saying quite pointedly, I actually don't like Doctor Who, I think it's boring.
Science teacher and history teacher, so we can do future stories and past stories. So, Doctor Who is a show that has been constructed to fit in
Torchwood and Doctor Who box sets, please. You can just say, I would like all Doctor Who episodes from 2005 and all the Torchwood. Kind of like if in the middle of the Doctor Who episode or series, there's Stephen Moffat just press play.
And in the revived series of Doctor Who, they called that out. With the Christopher Eccleston doc.
By lying down in a wig. The Seventh Doctor became the Doctor who would destroy a universe.
Indiana Jones and Star Wars and Doctor Who all pretty much have Nazis or Nazi equivalents.
Yeah. Whereas nowadays, it's just I know I'm not obsessed with Doctor Who. Because I know people who are. Which book from the second wave of the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who in the early 90s. So, yeah!
This episode, and it's in terms of Doctor Who, it's a bit of a dull episode. It's a bit of a rubbish episode. But
for the reviews, I have plans to do. Obviously, I'm reviewing the Doctor Who series at the moment.
This is classic Doctor Who. They fucking did that. Bloody
clips from Doctor Who, including classic Doctor Who, because it's just so brilliant. The things I've done, the things I've said.
Series 5 of Doctor Who was Matt Smith. As far as I'm concerned,
written about it, so I've gone, okay, this is the best Doctor Who costume ever. Yes. And I can't actually replicate it because it's got like a massive...
And it's actually what I love about Doctor Who as well. You don't just have your...
in the works from at least August, kind of thing. And also, Doctor Who is going to be back on telly. And yeah, has ever been. And yet I am ripping the shit into it. Because that's what Doctor Who fans do. That's his appearance on actual Doctor Who, he is a fantastic actor. So saying, and Peter Capaldi was fantastic, is kind of like, and I learnt how to socialise on Doctor Who forums. And then, because of these skills that I had developed as a result of my passion, it's a version where Captain Jack wasn't written into it, or it's a version of Doctor Who where Captain Jack was played by a different first Doctor, who's the old Doctor. You've got the second Doctor, who's the hobo. You've got the third Doctor, who's the dandy. I don't really watch BBC again in the same way again, unless, you know, the next series of Doctor Who is really brilliant, or the next Doctor is really brilliant.
Back like 4 years. So they still had the old Doctor Who cult website, you know. And they still had the... It was hard. Ah, said the seated man, placing a bookmark in his Doctor Who magazine, rising from his seat. She wanted
that really pointed out to me that, yes, you know, Doctor Who is very much anti-transhumanism.
Having an entire thing about Doctor Who and this sort of... I get that. I get that. That's it. That is a fair, logical train.
Well, you couldn't see. I've got Doctor Who coasters. Better than listening to the sodding Doctor Who podcast whilst I play Minecraft? The answer is no. The answer is
that makes it like I can talk about Doctor Who for hours. I can talk about Doctor Who for years.
There is on you for not liking the episodes of Doctor Who I like, for needlessly ranting on about Amazing Spider-Man. This is my chance.
Hating me, I've had feminists hating me, I've had Doctor Who fans hating me, I've been hated by a lot of different people, and I have hated my
kind of part of the flock because, damn it, old Doctor Who meant so much to them. Which, in fairness, I think sums up most of the Doctor Who.
When I decided that I wanted to build a prop from Doctor Who, specifically the Dalek travel machine. And the Dalek travel machine,
you know, what kind of mind do you think that Doctor Who was manufactured, saying, okay, we're going to have this old guy who's going to be the plot. In my opinion, is the best era of Doctor Who. It is revealed in the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who that basically, and all of them will watch new series of Doctor Who going, why is it not like my version of Doctor Who that I had back in...
They're going to do a review of Doctor Who. They need to review all of the Doctor Who's, right? They can't just, you know, review... Ridiculous. And yes, I know Doctor Who is a show about an alien with two hearts who travels through time and space in a fast.
I know 3 different Doctor Who podcasts on Facebook, and I am friends with people who are immediately after Doctor Who is aired.
And they're very balanced and they do a lot of research, and this is why they will never touch Doctor Who, right? Despite how much I want them to, because I'm one of these people who...
But leave Vulcan alone. Because, you know what? Doctor Who copied Spock, okay? Because in the TV movie... This was kind of the, okay, female Doctor Who now. The fuck? He likes Doctor Who, so that's why he's here. Or that Or that, it was Doctor Who that's the reason I survived committing suicide. I had my faith in Doctor Who fans restored. Like, I can be a Doctor Who fan again. I can engage in the fandom again. And I've kind of TV show that's you create a transgender Doctor Who from the ground up, and 50 years later, then they become.
Right, this was my jam. This was like, because apart from anything else, this was 2009. This was when Doctor Who was basically not on the air because David Tennant was having that we agree about, just commiserating about the fact that the Tories are bad, just talking about Doctor Who, right? Shit. Because then they won't feel protective of their police. It's kind of like Doctor Who. Doctor Who fans, and there'd be all sort of diaries of William Dixon Wright that were in a Doctor Who fanfic, a catch in continuity. They don't have anything to do with Doctor Who. And yet, at the same time, I mean, Doctor Who wasn't on when I was a kid, but I'd be. So Moffat is leaving Doctor Who. He is going, and we're not gonna get really any Doctor Who.
I'll just do a review of the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who in that style, okay? In which
2013, and for those of you who don't know, 2013 was the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who. I had learned about Gallifrey 1 through listening to a podcast. White House up in this stuff, I mean, it's after all, I watched. For me, I watched this Doctor Who episode at 10 o'clock. I feel like what we've got at the moment isn't working. With Doctor Who is that we've tried this change, and
it is this ridiculous thing with fan canon in Doctor Who will overwrite actual canon.
Battle, you think Doctor Who, Doctor Who and the Daleks. It's literally the person who heals, and so.
Before I discovered the Seventh Doctor, and how awesome the Daleks are, I watched Doctor Who casually, but it wasn't a thing for me. It was the entirety of Doctor Who. Well, no, not the entirety of Doctor Who, but throughout the entirety of New Doctor Who.
These guys know Doctor Who, and they know the Seventh Doctor, and I don't mean in a Stephen Moffat kind of way. My generation has been primed for this battle, You think Doctor Who, Doctor Who and the Daleks. It's literally
like the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who, which, in my opinion, is the best era of Doctor Who. Sister's Dawn and stuff going, oh my god, have you just seen Doctor Who? Oh my god, I have to tell you, they said, right, that.
I mean, for God's sake, I started watching fucking Doctor Who to fucking desensitize myself.
Yes, Doctor Who the Writer's Room. Doctor Who the Writer's Room. That is fantastic for analysing the different writers of classic. Read Nietzsche in my life. What I mean is I've read some Virgin New Adventure Doctor Who books, which is basically saying, look, go in, yeah, it's gonna be the best thing ever because it's still the writer of Doctor Who Series 7 Part B and Series 8. Amy Pond, like in Doctor Who, she's so well written, and I care about Rory Williams so much, but like, especially when you know nothing about the podcast and you're just like, hello, we're Doctor Who fans, we have the Doctor's head. Because I am obsessed with Doctor Who. I paid several thousand. Finally, an end to moral binaries in the Doctor Who universe. The Daleks are no longer just a great big evil. Someone else played Captain Jack in Arrow's version of Doctor Who. Then What films were they in? What other roles did they have?
Maybe audiobooks, not just Doctor Who, okay? I'm perfectly fine about getting news about Doctor Who stuff, okay?
Interpretations about what Labour means and what Doctor Who means. You know, some people like it for this, some people like it for that, and all of them anyway. And I was kind of very much following in the sort of Doctor Who Merlin format of, you know,
it was almost inspired by Doctor Who in a way that, you know, in Doctor Who there are always these innately evil races. Yes, the Daleks, the same.
Because this is the Eldritch Doctor. This is the Doctor who can do some of these things. No, this is a Doctor who can end universe.
I think now I've gotten to the point where it's like I could never write Doctor Who as I mean, I know this is so big and magnanimous of me, admitting that
the last episode of Matt Smith era of Doctor Who, because it turns out that Stephen Moffat has done his maths and he's like, actual, like, cool sort of act that was being done on, like in, you know, Doctor Who, when, you know, you have Tennant's, and it annoys them. Doctor Who fans have gotten over the Doctor saying he's half human. Doctor Who fans have gotten over monitored and that they're not gonna fuck up. It's like how you know that the Wikipedia page for Doctor Who is gonna be legit because glass props and they're united by a show called Doctor Who. And so I couldn't help it. I looked deeper. I'm entrenched in Doctor Who mythology. The most constant face of Doctor Who isn't the Doctor, it's the Brigadier. Of Bad Wolf, Look 99, Doctor Who, something or other. Yamarama Comedy, AT79, Checkmate Production, Sessanid, and into a geek on Earth. Watching Doctor Who, because it was the ultimate way to ensure that they kind of can be useful. New Who, the Chris Falkston series of Doctor Who is very, very, very dark. It hasn't been normalised yet. Like, Doctor Who fans freaking out about changes to the canon, said Sally. The first time is always worse because there's no uncomedic than what I'm already doing. Okay? Doctor Who being good at the fun and the pleasant of the comedy. Of course, we're all brought up on Doctor Who and the Bible and various bloody monomythic stories about Doctor Who are kind of everything that I kind of wanted about Doctor Who. You promised us a year of nothing but Doctor Who, and you have not given us any more than 2 fantastic special range of opinions. Is this year Doctor Who? I have had regarding like the latest Doctor Who, I had people saying, you know, they're definitely going to cancel it. That guy over there looks a bit like that guy from Doctor Who. And if he doesn't, then that suggests an interest. And then came Doctor Who, The Planet of the Dead. The Easter special for 2009. That's the things I should be caring about. You know? Not fucking Doctor Who, not fucking, you know
when it's out. Equally, there's been a new sort of Doctor Who catching continuity part.
Guys, I mean, I love the guy. I think he's bloody brilliant on coupling, and Series 5 of Doctor Who is my favourite series ever, and Series 6...
Guy with glasses, who wears suits, and who, you know, has a Doctor Who bag, you know, right, that...
You know, it's great, so we've got a transgender character on Doctor Who, but she's evil, you know.
Of course it does, because this is me. It reminds me of the Doctor Who episode, the Doctor Who story Destiny of the
Circuit's second album, that there was a song called Kiss the Girl. You know, it's just like, Doctor Who now! Love say
very feminist stuff and all cute cat pictures and all Doctor Who screen caps and stuff like that. But my dashboard is
one of my few A's at university in mythology, comparing the use of Arthurian mythology into Doctor Who Battlefield.
Also, someone I know on Facebook is like making a Doctor Who fan film, so when that's out, I'll be sure to let you good people know.
I remember one Doctor Who story that I loved very much, where essentially the entire universe was destroyed.
Legit, because there are gonna be a ton of Doctor Who fans saying, actually, if they get anything wrong. So, I looked it up, and,
But that's okay. Doctor Who will continue and continue and continue. Either that or Doctor Who will get cancelled and then it will continue. One time in my suit, because of course I was in my fucking Doctor Who, well, not in my Doctor Who suit, but I was in my suit with, I think it was the, intended to know sort of Doctor Who words and terminology. So moments like, Daleks being
because there was this fact fiction of that story in my Doctor Who magazine, and I thought I'd like to watch this. Yes, how you are like the Godfather. You wrote the entire era that I love about Doctor Who. In fact, so that it's more than that, because
for patient 0 was blah 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 blah. I genuinely, if Doctor Who continues, I expect there to be at some point. And I think, I like my favourite eras of Doctor Who, are a better fix on how time travel works than Doctor Who does. Granted, Doctor Who has literally been making it up as they go along.
But don't you fuck with Rose Tyler and Doctor Who, because they will shit you up. They will fuck you up.
Part of the reason I became a Doctor Who fan is because of this idea that, as an anti-theist, that essentially...
Now, I like the BBC. I love the BBC. I want Doctor Who to continue and get stronger. You don't get that in Doctor Who. Comics as a medium, I think, are fine. Started caring then because Doctor Who fans and Doctor Who fandom brought me out of my shell and sort of said, hey, go out. So, like, a question tackled in Doctor Who's Deep Breath, actually, and in one of my favourite books, John Dies at the End. He knows it. Like, this is why I talk about Doctor Who so goddamn much, and this is why me not liking Doctor Who at the moment. And I know, it's Doctor Who fandom, it's awesome, you've watched my video, you know what Doctor Who means to me, but...
Very, very awful piece of fanfic that is very, very bad. And that's the thing. Fandom takes the Doctor Who stories that...
Doctor Who fans aren't as bigoted as I feared they were. And I also went to another Doctor Who panel that was on... He had to rein it in. This wasn't his Doctor Who yet, he had to be conservative about it. And in Midnight, yeah. But I can't count, So, like, Doctor Who, just, it's, the parting of the ways and Dalek are, indeed, the last episode of the last series of Doctor Who had the Doctor facing that very same... He turned away from, Doctor Who with the whole you know, female master, female doctor thing, and, you know.
And we're not gonna get really any Doctor Who in 2016 apart from a Christmas special. And
This warrior design was very authentic, and the Doctor Who Confidential is very sure to show that. Well, what about the fucking Ice Lords, yeah?
very real events blurred with memories of binge watching Doctor Who, such that I didn't feel afraid. I was so optimistic. Part of my life is, well, look at Doctor Who, you know. Look at Doctor Who, look at the fucking Yogs cast, alright?
So, going around interviewing Doctor Who fans, because I want to interview them for the 50th anniversary. And
we don't have that. The modern Doctor Who, modern TV production doesn't have that. And I think this is
here is music that is like Doctor Who. And that, from there, meant I could get interested in bands and shit, because I could...
At least with the reimagined series of Battlestar Galactica, there is a genuine sense of a story building. Doctor Who can't really do that.
My Doctor Who, I do, and I would show you something else, but unfortunately they're not all...
Okay. Well, his series comes at a pivoting in the history of Doctor Who. In that
I am not obsessed. I do not know the production codes of Doctor Who. I have not read the entirety of the 13 New Adventures yet.
I like to wear suits because of Doctor Who, right? Like, that is what made me get interested in suits, and once I got interested...
With A Good Man Goes to War, because every fucking person on the Doctor Who Live channel would say, "Oh my god, River's name is..."
Big shock, Stephen Moffat, whose first canonical Doctor Who story, Curse of the Fatal Death... No. I went to Gallifrey 1 in 2013, you know, the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who. And the Doctor's identity on the stories around Doctor Who, on the way UNIT is involved, I love this.
Now, it seems an awful long time since Doctor Who was in any way important to me.
Now, I don't fucking care. I'm a Doctor Who fan. I don't fucking care. You know, I care that it's a gameplay series. Fuck it, right? It's media. Sod it, right? If you like Doctor Who, awesome. I don't care if you only like Doctor Who, because Matt Smith is... So, if you come to my channel for 8th Doctor Who book adventure reviews, or Doctor Who reviews, or something like that...
It sounds like it's pretty darn interesting. I think I might have to check it out. Like, Doctor Who fans are like that. They are the...
This is my, you know, sort of criticism with Neil Gaiman's episodes of Doctor Who, right? In that, like, they're fantastic. To do, you know, a Doctor Who, to say the continuing adventures sort of thing. Just have...
And in fact, this is why I actually found the last episode of Doctor Who the best one. Well, so where it all goes right and we suddenly love Doctor Who again, and I can't, and I hate that, because I want to love this episode. And the fact that I was so thoroughly screwed over by these Doctor Who fans, because I dared to insult their precious Rashta Narada. I was already afraid of darkness, of being in dark rooms, and bloody Doctor Who made me afraid of shadows.
I mean, don't forget, this is a Doctor who owes his entire existence to the fact that
put in with you. I was speaking specifically for all of those Doctor Who fans out there, because believe me, I'm really...
Parody song to the Radio Times saying, "I'm not in Doctor Who anymore, get over it." And now he's basically playing the Doctor.
You know, there's a reason that when Doctor Who fans took over the series after it ended,
And shit's been fucking dark this past year, so the fact that Doctor Who's been shit has kind of been a bit fucking tough for me. And when would you first choose to go to the 1960s with the gear to record the missing episodes of Doctor Who? Because I want the Daleks.
executive producer syndrome. Okay? The first series, a Doctor Who executive producer, is always really brilliant. You look at...
And, you know, I'm slightly worried that that means that we are going to see a repeat of history as Doctor Who gives up. Right, this is your new guy. This is movie Doctor Who. Right, this is Paul McGann. Ha ha! I am the Doctor, and he isn't the Doctor until, like, you know. This is very Doctor Who right now. In that, I have a lot of right-wing followers, right? Because it's kind of like Glungbarrow, which is the sort of the Doctor Who version of Gormenghast, in the sense that it's like you're stuck in this house that is probably going to not be paying much attention at all very soon. So, but that's okay. Doctor Who will continue and continue and continue.
Well, you can't leave. You've got to keep watching it. You like Doctor Who, don't you? Yeah, but I didn't like that. You gotta stay. Paul Parsons explains the scientific reality behind the fiction. The science of Doctor Who by it. And, maybe
Doctor Who lore is made up on the fly. If Doctor Who wanted to do a Star Trek style series where it's just like, well, Doctor,
something like Agador. This is not something made to be realistic. This is Doctor Who animated with CGI.
if you're a Doctor Who fan, really, I think if you're a Doctor Who fan, you want to pick on someone who, you know, because there are people who are just like, hey, he mentions Doctor Who a lot, I hate it, I think it's boring. Come on then. Evil has sort of, in a very crucial way, it's become similar to Doctor Who in the sense that its fans love it so much. Working for the BBC, and they were saying, we've got power, we can bring back Doctor Who, and I love that.
I hear they're making some new Doctor Who audios. And I said, oh yeah, there was Big Finish, and there was Big Finish. From A Good Man Goes to War, Doctor Who story with Matt Smith, and this villain is saying,
As they come, I am as fucking white boy idiot as they come, you know. I've got Asperger's syndrome, I'm a Doctor Who fan, clearly. Fake. And yes, I know it's Doctor Who, it's a show about a time-travelling alien who can change his face.
Then I got bored and noticed that the Netflix had all 56 seasons of Doctor Who on, so I started binge watching.
Oh well, I'm not going to watch Doctor Who anymore because I'm not going to watch the 4th series of Doctor Who because
I like Doctor Who when it works, but the fandom is why I love Doctor Who. You know, the fandom is why I love Doctor Who. In fact,
the beauty of Christmas past, present and future. The beauty of Doctor Who Christmas specials through reviews. Come with us.
Anchors in the ground of, like, common ground. This is why I used to talk so much about fucking Doctor Who.
And my brain exploded because you guys think I'm obsessed with Doctor Who. You think I am obsessed with Doctor Who. Shouldn't be, and sort of where people just boast, and if you've ever watched Doctor Who, then you know You know that, I mean, it's the great...
Because Stephen Moffat had already bloody set up that, hey, in the Doctor Who universe, you can just 3D print people. Sorry. My nose is horrendous. But, genuinely, it's nice to see a Doctor who's not romancing anybody.
I have to get this, and it's the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, and I'm going to Gallifrey 1, the world's largest dedicated
He's met Churchill. At some point, somebody in Doctor Who is gonna have some fucking interaction with what went on with fucking... We have this week's episode of Doctor Who to watch. And we have the episodes on and on until the...
And that's how I watch TV now. I never watch TV live anymore, unless it's Doctor Who and my parents are being manipulative.
Though I must admit, I think watching all these Doctor Who fan vids is having a problem with my brain.
Views that I've been doing and writing stuff, but no, he's just, you know, you're this Doctor Who nerd who needs his mind expanded.
Right, like it almost reminds me of the Doctor Who Virgin New Adventure novel Iceberg.
Like Series 6B, okay? Which I realise in modern Doctor Who there is a Series 6B, but, you know, like, in an awkward moment during the first year's So Female Doctor Who, yeah, panel, where
it will get cancelled, and then it will continue and continue in better forms in fan medium, right? It's like, Doctor Who gets better the moment... And they still had... Because Doctor Who had only been back, like, 4 years. So they still had the old Doctor Who cult, or being. And so we got the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who, which ended with Lungbarrow, which basically said...
got the, you know, colourful costume. You've got the 7th Doctor, who's got the character development from being this utter clown.
It's just a pre-credit sequence, right? I almost expected it to be Doctor Who fashion of, you know,
It deals with the battle going on there. The future Doctor travels into this alternative world to stop the trouble at its source. And
that's bad enough when you're talking about Doctor Who and Star Wars and Star Trek and Ghostbusters, but when you're talking about you, nice voice, you know. And in fact, he did a sort of Doctor Who audio production that almost in the role of like the 7th Doctor.
Basically was saying, yeah, look at you, you're a fucking loner, all you know is Doctor Who. And, you know, that really is kind of a berserk button, because I decided that I wanted to be a scriptwriter and write for Doctor Who, or write my own TV series for the BBC, and I'm forever making protests that I'm not technically, actually obsessed with Doctor Who, even though I have spent thousands of pounds. I'll just explain, yes, I've got myself some lovely tea here on my Doctor Who mug. Really, I'm not going to quote Doctor Who at every opportunity and mention Doctor Who in everything ever, and I really don't just want to talk about it to do that, who have done that for comics, and who have done that for Doctor Who, and
was a load of shit. To that I say, I'm a Doctor Who fan. I suffered through Love and Monsters. You don't give up. I just want to have a nice conversation about Doctor Who. So, like, you know, in that regard, it would be nice to have money to join a proper. Which, again, I believe School of Movies said is their favourite Doctor Who. Is the one that they might like to talk about in any pigeonhole. You know, you're a Doctor Who fan, except I don't fit in with Doctor Who fan lore. That girl in the fireplace Doctor Who, that is Mr. Charismatic Smiley Human, and oh my god, that
You wanna make love to Doctor Who because you clearly love him, don't you? Who's more annoying than that? Doctor is pretty much like saying I'm an antisocial Doctor Who fan. Which is kind of fair, really.
Much point in me giving a shit about politics, so I've kind of been losing my way a bit. But watching Doctor Who again and realising that, you know, Doctor... Spin-off. Fair enough. But this is primetime family drama Doctor Who. And you know it's prime time.
You always get that. With Doctor Who, there's always a different Doctor. With James Bond, there's always a different James Bond. Alien, and that'll be awesome. And that's been the format that Doctor Who has followed ever fucking since. Okay. And it has new adventures, and I watched, you know, I watched the Stephen Moffat era of Doctor Who. I'm like, then you get to sort of play with the fact that the sexism in Doctor Who is oblique in the world of the Farshnake, and live happily ever after is basically what happens in Doctor Who and the Curse of the Fatal Death. So, and to be honest, you know, so long as I am anything more than a vanilla male, I don't belong in Doctor Who fandom, because Doctor Who fandom... Writing for the BBC, of being a scriptwriter for Doctor Who. Now, yeah, that's, you know, I'd still like to... I'm a new adventure writer of Doctor Who. It was brilliant and amazing. So then, like, flash forward, okay. That's what Doctor Who fans with regards to Doctor Who. You know, I mean, for God's sake, that's, you know, like Halloween specials, Easter specials, Doctor Who Day specials, or, you know, Remembrance Day specials, but, you know, that Doctor Who story. Heaven Sent fucking pisses and shits all over the canon of Doctor Who, and it is fucking glorious for it. They have. This is better than Doctor Who has been for quite some time. And I love this. I love this. Christ, it almost sounds like a bloody Doctor Who t-shirt, doesn't it? The Nazis have the White House. Yeah, Knock and Oxygen. Well, good episodes. Solid episodes of Doctor Who. Series 10 isn't particularly... You'll be getting a review of Last Christmas, the Doctor Who's Christmas special. But basically, he openly says he makes it up as he goes along. He does. He did his Doctor Who episodes like on. And fair play to fucking Moffat, right? In that his stories had an attack on why. In Doctor Who, we had an attack on why drone strikes aren't a good... Doctor Who, you like that! So we're going to show you all of the Doctor Who test things. And so, I see, from Walsall Matt, Doctor Who... And so I didn't exactly like Doctor Who the last time I saw it anyway. And, It's very fucking Doctor Who, you know, it's very fucking Doctor Who, right? Your weakness is your heart. Oh, that you guys love him and he's like your Tom Baker, but equally Tom Baker in a new Doctor Who. Like, we've seen Tom Baker in Dimensions in Time. By the time the 7th Doctor rolls up, you know the Doctor Who is going to keep steamrolling on. Admittedly, this is the Doctor, doomed to die, and we find out what Doctor Who means. Doctor Who is the Time Lords asking for verification. He just makes everything better. Everything. I want him to be in Doctor Who. And you know what? Like, in this hinterland year during the summer, like before Doctor Who aired, but certainly when there were heated emotions going around about. There are a lot of stylistic similarities between Doctor Who and Farscape, particularly in the Moffat era. So I've always kind of been interested in the sort of darkness inside myself, and that's kind of why I was interested in Doctor Who. And I've always
on the air because David Tennant was having his farewell tour, right? So this was what Doctor Who fans did. This was like the resurgence of Doctor Who fans.
Manages the transport. He is the way the Doctor knows himself, and the way people know Doctor Who. The Fifth Doctor is the Doctor. Sheldon Cooper. Read some fucking comics. You need to stop being about Doctor Who. And on the other hand, I've got Facebook, and I am friends with people who are immediately after Doctor Who is aired saying, "Hey, Doctor Who, I just watched it," to be fucking demographic focused. Like, literally, Doctor Who was created to fit between Grandstand and some. Doctor Who meant so much to them. Which, in fairness, I think sums up most of the Doctor Who community at one point or another. But it's because you say, oh well, classic Doctor Who was good because it was the imperialistic allegory. We went out. It's like, so many of these people have been in Doctor Who. It's like, I finally recognise where I know Jorah Mormont from. About to spoil it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It completely fucks with Doctor Who canon. In that, because of how much I've got to do. I mean, you know, Doctor Who book reviews, those are gonna come. And he's the guy who did the Doctor Who episode where, oh yeah, Time Lords can totally read. Even Moffat's last serious take on Doctor Who, at the end of series 9 with Peter Capaldi and the Master turning up as people are more likely to be searching for Spider-Man, Doctor Who, or whatever. They aren't going to be searching Warsaw Matt. They aren't going to be searching Alex Jahans. With my own work, with the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who review series and Green Eyed Nothing, with a simple story. It's the simplest story Doctor Who has ever done. Doctor Who has done in the. Because I wanted to. I watched Doctor Who this week because I am part of the Doctor Who community. Check him out. He's awesome. And check out the books. Check out the Doctor Who Book Club podcast. Because they've covered quite a few. I mean, I think that Doctor Who, and I do mean Doctor Who, because I'm talking about the movie, Peter Cushing, he said, have you any idea how many Doctor Who fans would slap me silly round the face if I said that about Doctor Who? The sort of 7th Doctor, Virgin New Adventure, Doctor Who books. Because he does ponder about Nietzsche and sort of the whole, when you stare into... Good! This is a review of Doctor Who, Series 7, Part B, Episode 1, The Bells of St. John. There is a particular type of fan, I've seen them a lot in Doctor Who fandom, who are like, well, you don't do what I like anymore. Doctors and companions and what have you, and make their own Doctor Who audio. So I said, yes, it's very nerdy and very sad, and I fucking love it, right? Nevertheless, the fans brought it back, and I love that. Because I love Doctor Who, I love it immensely, and I love being human, and I love that immensely, but like... the narrative that was, oh well, I'm the fanboy, so I know everything about Doctor Who, and therefore I'm the hero. I'm the guy who is missing the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who to go play Dungeons and Dragons with my mates. World of the Happiness Patrol in Doctor Who, right? That's the Happiness Patrol is a... He does almost like the nouveau cuisine of Doctor Who. There isn't much there, but what there is so well crafted. You do. Because, you know, I know there are a lot of people at my college who know nothing about Doctor Who. They just like to watch me going on. But fans keep a dream alive. They keep ideas alive. I mean, Doctor Who, Star Trek, bloody Quatermass. Be a bit respectful of the fact that it's not just about fucking Doctor Who fans here. It's about, you know, kids who maybe it's kind of like the achievable dream, you know. Every Doctor Who fan wants to have their own TARDIS. They want to have a fourth Doctor, the longest running Doctor, the Doctor who served for 7 years on TV. Whenever you say Doctor, this is why I stopped doing the Doctor Who Series 7B reviews, because it stopped being fun. I shared a thing, and I didn't think it'd be that big an issue, because, you know, I'm a Doctor Who fan. I'm a Doctor Who fan. Okay. She and Ray Palmer have watched all the Doctor Who's. And of course, who stars in Series 3 of the Arrow, and indeed all the series care. Obviously not about Doctor Who, but I mean, I don't know, they might do, but they care so much about.
People are going to be scared because, oh my god, it's Skynet! I mean, again, Russell T Davies in a Doctor Who episode literally had like than Doctor Who is. You know, it's almost as much part of me as Sharks is. Sharks are. Be a writer, a script writer for Doctor Who. Yeah, fucking yeah. I mean, I do. Writing is an important part of my life. I started watching Doctor Who, the sort of Christopher Eccleston series, to desensitize myself. I can use Doctor Who as a common talking point. I can't use Star Wars as a common talking point.
Through my Doctor Who review series, the Doctor Who fandom, and my Let's Play series of Minecraft Half-Life.
We don't feel the need to watch it with such obligation. Once we have accepted that Doctor Who will always be around.
I have £140 in my account, but I'm going to download the latest episode of Doctor Who because, hey, why not? I can do it. These are people who... Ladies and gentle peeps, I know I've recorded a video today, but that was about Doctor Who. This is writing. NaNoWriMo. Yes.
Anyway, I think I might watch some Doctor Who. Yeah. I have been Alex Jahans. I'm
upheaval of everything come the end of university. And Doctor Who is happening in the middle of it. And I am going to have to deal with getting it.
Because, you know, The Flash wasn't so good in the early days. The Arrow wasn't so good in the early days. Doctor Who was really fucking kind of, you know, Mr. Todd's reviews is very much Doctor Who reviewer. He's reviewed some other pieces of genre fiction. One of the comments kind of brought up was them sort of bashing the idea that Doctor Who is going to be hiring, and someone who is kind of well known for giving a shit about Doctor Who, and for being one of the people with, that's right, Rose, just this once everybody lives, has a doctor who will always make sure everybody lives, which it's fucking real. This is a doctor who is so bloody awesome, he manages to make peace between the humans.
I've had my hope in Doctor Who restored. Because I went to the second Peter Capaldi Christmas special
of Doctor Who and the Husbands of the Song.
No, I don't feel this, like Doctor Who is this big institution, this 50-year thing with so many fans. Whereas Linkara atop the fourth wall inspired thing that was going to be on the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who. But I basically realised, oh yeah, I have to about you, Alex. The image morphs into a tall ginger woman, Amy Pond from Doctor Who. I know that the Fashnook inside you wants to have it. Doctor Who, everything, man! And I come home, and if Doctor Who's not on, then what I do is I watch Doctor Who. Let's take a detour into deep Doctor Who nerdlore for a moment. So, back when Doctor Who was cancelled, was the whole thing of, I read a book by this guy who was a Doctor Who fan. He said he was a massive nerd. To be quite honest, don't actually fucking matter. Yeah? And I know it's Doctor Who fandom, it's awesome. You've watched my video, you know what Doctor Who brushing teeth. And there are people talking about how, oh, this would be like the scariest Doctor Who ever, and it's just like, no, it fucking isn't. It's a thing, if you don't know, that kind of throughout modern Doctor Who, there has been this thing running in the background. To the extent that, with the whole Doctor Who episode, where people have just gone, 3rd of November, it is 5 PM, and I have just watched a Doctor Who Series 9, fucking conditioned. I hear the Doctor Who theme tune, I get excited. It's a very biological reaction. It's just, ooh! I think David Tennant's Doctor is the worst. And obviously, my reviews of Doctor Who of late have basically been oriented person, right? I'm the Doctor Who guy who likes the sci-fi and the purse-scarcity, right? It's the problem for Doctor Who in that, ironically, Doctor Who doesn't have enough of it. Doesn't have enough time. They could save money, can do so many things. This is a Doctor who can end universes and, who can stop battles and make peace. It fucking isn't. It really isn't. But it is the most awesome episode of Doctor Who. Shit story, but the most awesome episode of Doctor Who. The rock band. Arguably one of the first. Okay. It is nerds making music about Doctor Who. And I'll look forward to, and that if the BBC went away, I would miss, is Doctor Who. Because they fucking killed everything else! The hard and fast ways. It was almost inspired by Doctor Who in a way that, in Doctor Who there are always these pretending that we're important because we've got James Bond and Doctor Who. And don't get me wrong, right? I love those shows. I love Doctor Who anymore because I'm not going to watch the 4th series of Doctor Who because I only liked Martha Jones because she's a Doctor Who podcast that, even when I disassociated myself from Doctor Who, I still listened to because they're like the Daleks, the Zygons, the Sontarans, the Silurians. Every single important thing about Doctor Who. The fact it just sort of slowly grew over time, and it's like, Doctor Who, it started out with the Doctor, his granddaughter. You can argue that Doctor Who isn't, but then no, actually you can't. Not since he came back. There was a period. Just search the BBC for BBC Radio 7 and then search on there for Doctor Who and it'll tell you when it was on. But one incarnation of the Doctor to help transgender people. How dare you? You're ruining Doctor Who. And I ripped the title straight off a Doctor Who book. I thought I actually had it here, but yeah, the title was written.
I've nearly got closure on the sort of the Doctor Who Verdian New Adventures, you know.
I'm holding it upside down. What a brilliant way to show that I am intelligent about Doctor Who. But no, I know fucking Doctor Who.
I suppose this is why for so long I said I was a Doctor Who nerd, because it's like, at least that was something.
Or Captain Kirk, Captain Kirk, Arthur Dent, Doctor Who. So let's say you've got Uhura, you've got Janeway. Therefore, you know, they would be locked into place, and you know, again, quantum locking. Doctor Who took a something that is genuinely a thing. Reviews going off like flipping claymores hours after, just minutes after Doctor Who finishes airing. The world on politics, my attempts to troll the trolls, and through my Doctor Who review series, the Doctor Who.
Yeah. In fact, I think that's happened like twice in modern Doctor Who. But yeah.
Others, because he was afraid, became the Doctor who would manipulate his friends into having boyfriends, so that the boy.
Almost universal translator of everybody's heard of Doctor Who, right? Except when people talk about Star Wars, or the Big Bang Theory, they're trying. And I've got to say, right, in a way, my favourite era of Doctor Who is the books.
Read it off. YouTube's been with me since Daleks and Doctor Who. I once gave it up for Lent, but complaining now, argument could be used an awful lot with regards to Doctor Who. Yes, an awful lot. I'm this sad little Doctor Who nerd in his little room who only watches Doctor Who when he sits there sort of musing on it, going in character. Okay? Because, you know, Doctor Who was just supposed to be... It was just supposed to be like... All the time you keep complaining about this shit, go see a fucking doctor. So I go to see a doctor who gets... And I get I get assigned a phone counsellor. I kind of feel like Doctor Who is dead to me now, or at least it's dying on the operating table.
So there's sex and gore and stuff, but you know, it was rails. But Doctor Who isn't, and so like, you know, I absolutely understand the
universe. Okay, the official interpretation of events. Okay. Canon in Doctor Who, in Star Trek, in Star Wars basically means they have been working on a series of Doctor Who for a while now, and they are finally at the bottom, just because, well, you've got the first Doctor, the first Doctor who proved that regeneration was possible, Doctor Who, but no, I know fucking Doctor Who. I know this shit, not as well as some other people, and I am nowhere near as Marie die. Okay, you will keep Serenity flying. You will keep Doctor Who going during its darkest hours. You will bring...
No, the fandom is why I love Doctor Who. In fact, I think the only thing that isn't...
So, that's really the thing about Doctor Who fans. We don't like Love Saves the Day. We don't like going, why is it not like my version of Doctor Who that I had back in XXX? And with Doctor Who you can get by because Doctor Who fans, it's kind of watching Doctor Who for a number of years and just being like, it's alright, it's a TV show. Doctor Who. Not not monetarily, I'm not like giving Doctor Who any funds or shit. Although realistically, when I get the money, I will be to attend the Doctor Who convention in the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, but I'm not obsessed. So when I compare Farscape,
is almost it is as much a part of me as Diet Coke, pizza, and Doctor Who. In fact, it is a.
my name is Gordon Jones, and welcome to another comic book movie review. No, sorry. We are reviewing Doctor Who: A Christmas Carol. Flying what Doctor Who discusses, because Doctor Who has change happening all at once. Okay. Doctor Who has complete cellular, takes place a couple of weeks after the first Doctor Who story, An Unearthly Child. Takes place in 1963. When it's on, I don't generally care. Yeah, I listen to Doctor Who podcasts, but again, I listen to them whilst playing games. It's a parody of Doctor Who. It's sort of saying, how do you get to a man who can call himself a pacifist and yet commit... Anyway, just a brief sort of video to say, yay, Doctor Who! It looks like it might be good. Cause Daleks and Missy and... I was gonna create, like, telesnaps for Doctor Who books. And then I realised that was too much effort and it was a hell of a fucking copyright.
Very, 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 very slow-witted Doctor Who, you know. It's like sort of the Seventh Doctor, things move slowly and it's sort of going...
It was cancelled. With the Seventh Doctor, Doctor Who died. But the fans said, no, we're just gonna continue making it, we'll write... Has stories where he, you know, he works around with his past selves, a Doctor who is genuinely always on top of things.
There is Raphael's sort of best bits trailer thing using it, or it'll be Doctor Who thing, or it might just be sort of like...
Have a drink. It's like what the Doctor said in the Doctor Who episode. But even a good man goes to war are the best Dalek stories of modern Doctor Who. I think I am of the opinion of, and it is because Star Wars. It should have the originals coming back, and all I'm thinking of is Doctor Who the TV movie. Yeah, let's have Sylvester McCoy back. Seventh Doctors, he knows his Doctor Who, he's done all his research, he's serious about this, and he wants you to have... That's a geeky t-shirt. Hello, I'm Alex Jahans, good to meet you. I like Doctor Who, you should check out that site. I would never do that in real life, but because... Oh! So I've kind of gone off Sherlock and Doctor Who too. Like, I'll still watch them. But worse. Every Doctor Who fan has. I hated series 7 and 8, but I know I will get over it because everybody... So... Yeah. Doctor Who is flawed in many ways with that regards. But Stephen Moffat... When I was interested in Doctor Who because of the lore and the stories and you know, so my life did pretty much revolve around Doctor Who, but he was like, really, you need help, kid. You know, he was... I went through the start place, I discovered Doctor Who, and then I went to college and stuff, and it was all okay, and then... of London by Ben Aranovich, and I recognised Ben Aranovich from the Doctor Who stories, and then there was this thing, John Dies at the End, by David with blood on his hands. And the thing that I have always liked about Doctor Who is that it acknowledges that. I mean, I want it to basically be, you know, in the format of, you know, Doctor Who and Merlin, that is like, or at least I'm writing it like that at the moment, where it's kind of, it's, you know, Professor Logisti is Erzat's Doctor Who, so it's kind of
it's a meta joke for me to have the Doctor kind and the bits running up to it on the Doctor Who live journal saying, "Don't be ridiculous. River Song is not Amy." Every time, like, I mean, let's face it, Doctor Who isn't exactly known for being grey. Okay, it's very how big of a deal this is. Okay, I'm a Doctor Who fan, right? And the Doctor comes from a race of people called the Time Lords. And I liked Radio Free Skaro when I liked Doctor Who. And since Doctor Who's kind of a bit shitty at the moment, I catching continuity. They don't have anything to do with Doctor Who at all, of course. And originally William Dixon Wright didn't. The reason I can't like Doctor Who at the moment is that it's the canon of Time Worm Genesis, the first Virgin New Adventure Doctor Who book, a prehistoric Captain Kirk. Kirk isn't it when you say, "Oh, you like Doctor Who, you want to fuck him, yeah? You want to wank his dick off, yeah?" Because he can do stuff when he's reined in, but in Doctor Who he's mostly let free rein, and auditors who got me out of this funk through his Doctor Who stuff. And working on an urban fantasy book, I was like, okay, Ben Aronovich wrote for Doctor Who, wrote for the Virgin New Adventures. He's writing and I've had my hope in Doctor Who restored. So yes, we're going to get a female Doctor and we're going to get a female Master. But Doctor Who will have had his fanboy cake and eaten it. You know, I was just appreciating the fact that it's like, David Tennant's Doctor is going to be leaving soon because, yay, I hate him. I'm here because of Doctor Who. I am doing these reviews for you because I am a Doctor Who fan. I don't just mean, sure. I think basically they need new blood into the show, but Doctor Who has now become so big, received Blood Fury, I think it is, which is basically the Doctor Who episode, the Doctor Who story, like a tap water, please. And just, randomly try striking up conversations about Doctor Who with people. I don't get, music was for fans. Because I was looking for all sorts of Doctor Who stuff online because I wanted to research it. Shenanigans. I look at my list of, Doctor Who New Adventures, and so many of them have him talking. I'm gonna go build a Dalek, and during the process of that, I discovered Doctor Who and became a Doctor Who fan, and along the way, Doctor Who helped me. I discovered music for a Doctor Who fanvid set to Kasabian's Fire. The fact that I started writing after watching a Doctor Who episode should say that. I feed off the fiction that comes before. Really cool. But it's gonna get better. Because, you see, as much as I like Doctor Who, much as I am going to be doing an interesting other possibility, which is that the Doctor Who they have either is a version where, Doctor Who didn't come over to America. The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay? Because Doctor Who meets space. Doctor Who. Basically, the reason that I fell in love with Doctor Who was because of its fan base. Because the makers of Doctor Who,
Jesus, and started being about what series of Doctor Who was on when, which was, as you can imagine, a great delight for our RS teacher.
Worthington,
or Babel Colour do sort of, edits into, where it's like Doctor Who, Star Wars, crossover, da 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 da.
I could do. It gave me a fucking purpose in life, and Doctor Who showed me a fucking better way to live. People are gonna be scared because, oh my god, it's Skynet! I mean, again, Russell T Davies in a Doctor Who episode literally had I'm writing vor fiction of fucking Doctor Who characters. I shared on on Facebook and Twitter.
I am thinking about the dichotomy again. I'm thinking about liking Doctor Who again. Because you know what was awesome about the last series ever? Or even if you're just a Doctor Who fan, then you really need to read Golden Moon Rose's analyses of the This deal with the devil, and now all of the progress ever shall be undone. If they did that on Doctor Who, then the producers would... Because that's what Doctor Who fans do. That's what you can do if you're a Doctor Who fan. You don't look at Doctor Who and obsessed with Doctor Who. I paid several £1,000s to go to a Doctor Who convention in LA. It's a bit like Excalibur from the Doctor Who movie, no, from Battlefield, the Arthurian. You can tell he's there, and David Tennant is a Doctor Who fan, so he I'm certain will have added again. So why haven't there been any Doctor Who videos lately? Because I've hated the series lately, that's why.
Had someone been cast as Doctor Who, you don't, there is no way to really tell, right? Perhaps it's because I've watched far too much Doctor Who. Perhaps it is because Any Human Heart had quite an impact.
And they will share all the way along until people are like, yeah, Doctor Who, so I just read an angry post about it. Sounds like it's pretty darn interesting.
So yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. I'm optimistic for Doctor Who. Did not think I would be saying that.
And it was the case, so I'd been burnt before, but no matter, it's Doctor Who Live Journal, and when the girl who waited came around, I was the person explaining.
Doctor who uses knowledge from his future. A Doctor who has stories where he works around with his past.
Doctor Who Meat Space, Doctor Who Time Heist is it's fun and entertaining, and it's a romp. It's emphasis on the should. And Doctor Who magazines are as epic as ever. Well, of course,
I love that, Ray is explicitly a Doctor Who nerd. And, of course, he kind of spends the entire series
couple of years. Okay, because when you're a Doctor Who fan, you kind of get so far in, and you can't really get... This was I kind of feel like I've been in denial about Doctor Who for a while. I kind of feel like, yeah, but Matt Smith is really...
The resurgence of Doctor Who fans. The Doctor Who fans said, "Hey, I've done a year when Doctor Who, when Doctor Who is on the air," but
makes fan film Doctor Who's, who has his own TARDIS, who dresses up as his own Doctor and writes his own...
And it's gonna happen. And that's fucking awesome. And I kind of had my faith in Doctor Who fans restored. I can be a Doctor Who fan again. Because I've been liking the last, the last series of Doctor Who has been better,
Of the Baileyard. And then he did sort of become the Seventh Doctor, who was the Dark Manipulator, who did, at the very least, several £1,000 to go to a Doctor Who convention in LA. I have a thing with Doctor Who, and it's like, Lobsang is the Doctor.
Necessarily want to retread over old ground, but then why the fuck are you doing a Doctor Who spin-off set in a school?
Have had in the new series of Doctor Who, being a way for Russell T Davies to bring the Master back. Kind of like, how insensitive can you get? Yeah, I know this happens to Doctor Who a lot, that the TARDIS goes missing and stuff.
As you know, I am a writer. I'm a writerly person. I am a Doctor Who fan. I am a Young Cast fan. And I have created this character called the Farshnink, and this song.
I like Doctor Who. There's no problem with that. Don't knock the Who. At which point it's just like, no, seriously, of the way to enjoy, to get the same shit I'm already doing. If Doctor Who is dark, if Doctor Who has the Doctor Who panel that was on Doctor Who and transhumanism, and that really pointed out to me that yes, this idea that, you know, you can be the funny little Seventh Doctor who, you know, he mixes his metaphors and he plays with his spoon. The programming, you know, where's the Doctor Who excuse of there was a spark of lightning and then everything went mad? Aritology, or just epic speeches like in Doctor Who, where sort of Board is just like, yeah, this is who I am. And then I discovered Doctor Who. I decided, you know, great, and Stephen Moffat has written some really great stuff in the past, so Doctor Who is really great. And
that I talk so fucking much about Doctor Who or the Discworld or Red Dwarf, right? Because
it's one of my favourite sitcoms and wrote one of my favourite series of Doctor Who, also kind of running it into the ground. Basically, this was the last Doctor Who episode I watched before I became a Doctor Who fan and discovered BBC One, or now on Doctor, and it's Doctor Who is a fictional TV show in the Doctor Who
heroes, and I wrote my first piece of Doctor Who fan fiction, and I put myself into it. My flaw for the last few years has been my Doctor Who-ish inspired morality of like BBC Birmingham, and I got a little badge that said BBC and I had it on there kind of proudly for a bit. And then kind of Doctor Who went on the shits, and then it right, like I'm a Doctor Who fan, right? I am used to sort of like the tinfoil monsters of the
which is why I've mostly read Doctor Who books, is because reading is hard. And I know it's kind of ridiculous for me as a sort of... I nearly quit Doctor Who. I nearly goddamn had enough. And then Moffat bought me back. He bought me 1 and 2, you know, to a certain extent. In that they're like, yeah, we're really adult Doctor Who and we're so mature. Ooh, look. Self-conscious I've become of sort of doing this sort of thing, but to reference Doctor Who, there is, you know, the Doctor and the Master kissing on children's TV. Because Doctor Who is a family show, it is, you know, aimed at children. To me that you're a nerd. Motherfucker, I'm a Doctor Who fan. I can tell you trivia from all 13 Doctors, right? I can...
Thank you for your comments about how I never say but I yes say a lot. Oh yes, and Doctor Who writers, okay? Doctor Who writer and TARDIS.
I know there are David Tennant fangirls who like Doctor Who, but I'm not talking about those ones. I'm talking about this
battle, You think Doctor Who, Doctor Who and the Daleks, it's literally the person who heals and so.
And last week's Doctor Who summarised it fucking perfectly for me. This is Doctor Who Series 9 Episode 11, Heaven Sent, and this, ladies and gentlemen,
the Doctor Who Book Club podcast isn't updating, the Doctor Who Writers Room isn't updating, and all these podcasts that I follow.
Things going, they're still delivering the things that you really need, there's still Doctor Who, there's still Sherlock,
They're going like, he loves Doctor Who. I'm gonna crush his dreams for him. Did you know Santa doesn't exist, darling? I would not be the man I am today without Doctor Who. It has informed me so much.
I mean, actually, this is a point brought up in one of the Doctor Who books, Lucifer Rising, where it's like the exact same scene with
And a sort of four-dimensional image in my head of the timeline of Doctor Who, of how all the different. I can just be like, I am a fan of the Doctor Who TV series when it is in DVD, and I will watch it when it is in DVD format. Panel on. So, female Doctor Who, yeah. I went to the yearly panel on it seemingly, and as a brilliant, and obviously the first Doctor Who I saw was him. That's just the way it is. And then Paul Cornell wrote for Doctor Who, wrote for the Virgin New Adventures, wrote a fancy which led to me finding out about Doctor Who, led to me finding out about modelling, led to me finding out about template.
I genuinely can't remember what it's called. But anyway, it's classic Doctor Who based Under Siege. It's fair enough. Last episode of Doctor Who, of the Doctor Who series 9, Danny Pink dies, gets run over by a car. Paxton regenerated, and then it's like, yes, next year a new Doctor Who. Now it seems every time a Doctor's gonna leave, they have 1 year that is.
It really is sort of like Boomtown from series 1 of Doctor Who. It's like focusing on the people. 2005, and I'd been watching it, but I didn't care until 2009, and I only started caring then because Doctor Who fans and Doctor Who fandom.
I think modern Doctor Who dearly needs a series revamp of just like give it more. And on Doctor Who, indeed, quite some other time ago. Yes, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find. No, sorry. Yes, A Good Man Goes to War, because I had been spending the entire series on the Doctor Who Live Journal saying, "No, what are you talking?" So please, seriously, do not hire Chris Marshall for the fucking role of Doctor Who. Like, maybe do it for like a minute at the River Song Revelation when that happened, because I had spent a good deal of time on the Doctor Who Live Journal sort of.
Oh, it's quite good spectacle stuff, like occasionally Doctor Who will have a really good story crack in space-time that is connecting to the Time Lords, and the crack is saying Doctor Who, Doctor Who, Doctor Who. The second Doctor, who's the hobo. You've got the third Doctor, who's the dandy. You've got the fourth Doctor, who's the bohemian. You've got it is not David Tennant, the Doctor Who fan, standing before a Dalek delivering his Dalek speech. I mean, I'm always kind of like, Doctor Who is always a personal thing, you know. Some people make stuff identical and shit. Have you guys never seen Star Trek or Doctor Who with the flipping Borg and the Cybermen?
From a certain point of view, right? Doctor Who has actually tackled cannibalism on the show before, like, you know, the two Doctors.
Again, I'm gonna bring it back to Doctor Who because fucking but it's kind of to do it like sorry. But no, like Doctor Who comics, I can read them without any problem. The one I was boring as shit, but at least it had a story that was goddamn engaging. Doctor Who is not. Doctor Who is plainness of the books, and on looking back on this, on Doctor Who, on looking back on New Who, the Christopher
Feel like I personally think there are far better episodes of Doctor Who, but it is like, actually, that is such a school of movies.
How do bad guys react then? You know, it's like a cliche in Doctor Who that, you know, that at some point,
Right, like that's my relaxation. I don't watch TV anymore. Right? I mean, I'm at this point watching Doctor Who and Sherlock out, and yet, absolutely, the Seventh Doctor is the Doctor who examines his morale.
have spent thousands of pounds and travelled across to LA to attend the Doctor Who convention in the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, but I'm not obsessed. Other than fucking MSN. If you are on LiveJournal, there is a Doctor Who group, right? And it's a place that I was on.
Actually be genuinely provocative, because there might still be some Doctor Who friends who are like, but you're my misogynist friend!
And Doctor Who writers, okay? Doctor Who writer and TARDIS Elliot, that's Ryan Gargett and Sam Elliot, two
boycotting and going over to the BBC because they've got Being Human and Sherlock and Doctor Who and Torchwood occasionally.
Bad thing. And that's what modern Doctor Who does. Modern Doctor Who acknowledges and genuinely, if Doctor Who continues, I expect there to be at some point some Doctor Who story that involves 9/11 in some way. It's gonna happen. Because I say that as a fan of things like, you know, Farscape and James Bond and Doctor Who, where like you have your cisgendered.
There have been stories. I mean, I remember I read an excellent Doctor Who book from the library.
Oh, fucking true though. I mean, obviously it's Doctor Who, not Star Trek, but literally the whole twist is, touch wood, maybe they might actually do a Doctor Who episode in the future. Although they did say their favourite episode was
myself to write a show about a white autistic male in Britain who likes Doctor Who and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Man, which is why the new series of Doctor Who is going to be quite interesting, because one way or another it's going. I'm kind of a casual fan by Doctor Who standards. I mean, I'd like to own it. Like, that was how I kind of got in.
Girls are horrific because they don't like Doctor Who. And yes, I know there are David Tennant fangirls who like Doctor Who, but I'm not talking about them.
No, I'm sure they're going to absolutely love the idea that Doctor Who should just be an imperialistic show about.
Great companion in the shittest season Doctor Who has had since David Tennant left the series.
It bored me because it was standard shit. Doctor Who being 45 minutes long means that anytime it decides podcast, you can listen to the Doctor Who The Writers' Room with Eric Stadnick and Shaw.
I don't hate Doctor Who. I love Doctor Who, and I love Peter Capaldi's Doctor. Okay.
Please, I shall be the scriptwriter of Doctor Who. You know, I'm not saying anything like that. You know, I'm still. I mean, I came to YouTube through Doctor Who fanfiction. Right, this was part of my whole, 2009 year of Doctor.
This is why I got so fucking goddamn angry at the Doctor Who fans when Missy was revealed, because the entirety of Doctor Who fandom love the money. Because Doctor Who magazine is fantastic, and so is Paul. Because also I've been listening to the radio series Doctor Who, and I'm going to Gallifrey 1, the world's largest dedicated Doctor Who convention, and it's in LA. And I'm going to this in my
review of Batman. They need to review all of the Batmans. If they're going to do a review of Doctor Who, they need to review all of the Doctor.
It was a hell of a lot better than this bloody thing. And the thing is, I much prefer Doctor Who to Star Wars, because it makes stead. And I was like, that's so awesome, I'm gonna write a Doctor Who script. And who think that's what I'm like with Doctor Who. They think I'm this sad, loner little kid who's just like, Doctor Who rules, man, Doctor Who everything, man. Invent out of the blue another fucking Doctor Who to turn into a female. You can't wait for somebody to invent a new... But that was because it was basically Doctor Who and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy done with a hint of realism. Marshnick spoke into his quantum oscillator like it was a microphone. Hello, Stonehenge! Sorry, little Doctor Who joke. I love that episode. I am communicating to you that when the reviews are actually made, but suffice to say they're a book series about Doctor Who. And so that was going to be my thing.
Like Doctor Who, I'm not gonna, force everyone watches Doctor Who so that its ratings remain good, so that it will keep. If it does get cancelled, then maybe it means Doctor Who will become for adults again, and we'll actually get to see stuff explored that's interesting. Like if Doctor Who decided to do a really dark turn and make the character Chris Brosnan's James Bond meets David Tennant's Doctor Who. That's basically it. Suave, stupid, pun-throwing.
And there's hamsters and hamster balls that are like Kitling. So yeah, I genuinely was terrified by that. And honestly, Doctor Who was kind of my... Well, no, not the entirety of Doctor Who, but throughout the entirety of new Doctor Who, post Doctor Who has had for the past year and a half. Yeah, that's right. Meat Space is better than Doctor Who Series 6. He's brilliant, and he's the Doctor who destroyed the universe. Sorry for my voice going weird, but I am just like, I like Doctor Who, but I know I am not as into it as I could be. Like, I know I was I don't belong in Doctor Who fandom, because Doctor Who fandom cannot comprehend the idea that, oh yeah.
And when Doctor Who came back and in Series 9, and it was not bad, showed me a fucking better way to live. Doctor Who showed me reason and morality and rationalism and between the humans and the Silurians in a dystopian society, a doctor who can beat time, who can alter time travel paradoxes, a doctor who... Doctor Who is a TV show. Doctor Who fans have ignored continuity in the past, working on the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who reviews. And I am currently scripting Time Worm. I suppose, yeah, that's it. 4chan, Britpol, you are Doctor Who villains.
So, kind of, I have to go back to Doctor Who because the thing is that the first show.
Now, so I got into Doctor Who through fanfics, and this was really right about the time that...
Okay, if I was going to write a Doctor Who story, if there was one thing I would do, what would I do?
Amy, lady, like, I always do that because, yes, Doctor Who did make impressions upon me. These are very, like, it's something that kind of Doctor Who talks about. It's something that David Wong brings up in here. When I fell in love with Doctor Who, it wasn't with Chris Ferguson's Doctor, and it wasn't with David Tennant's Doctor.
It's not like they don't ever need rescuing. I mean, for God's sake, Doctor Who started with William Hartnell as an old man. Tuesdays, I'm going to be uploading my reviews of the Doctor Who series. On Wednesday, I'm uploading Let's Plays of...
thing to do on Doctor Who Day than to finally answer the question of who you are as a person.
Writer of the story that ended Doctor Who! Woo! Seriously, this book is very strange and very sad and could probably...
You know, Doctor Who, I mean, the 7th Doctor was in Marvel Comics. Okay, story of Doctor Who. The introduction of Adric. Doctor Who's Wesley Crusher. Manilo546 says, loving the new... Utterly, unashamedly, because of Doctor Who. Partly, it's Matt Smith. I mean, I do have a tweed jacket.
Dad humour, like cowboys. Yes, I'll be over here doing stuff. But Doctor Who was a good TV show. I love.
To a certain extent, we know that this format still works nowadays because this is why Doctor Who, this is why Sherlock so often works. Because
Going to be. Okay, I'm a Doctor Who fan. What happens if I stumble into the world of Doctor Who? And I mean, I enjoyed them because it's fucking Doctor Who. Even when it's shit, it's kind of good, you know.
But watching Doctor Who again and realising that, you know, Doctor Who actually still is fucking good.
And, you know, I did all these things because I was inspired by Doctor Who, because I wanted to build Dalek, because I decided that...
Similar people. Because to be fair, that's happened in Doctor Who. You know, I mean, the Doctor famously shot himself. The 6th Doctor shot himself. While this has been happening, like, I'm a feminist. I'm interested in Doctor Who. I'm interested in all these kind of areas, and I want to see a female. One excellent moment in a very weak story, to be fair. Doctor Who Cold Blood, where essentially,
I adore it. Like, I got into Doctor Who fandom through the fan exposition, through, okay, this is how this is I care very deeply about the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who. I care very deeply about that book series, and so
certain productions and Checkmate Productions. Right? I came to this through Doctor Who fans making Doctor Who fan videos and Doctor Who fan audio. Gentlemen, it's the 23rd of November. It's Doctor Who Day. It is Doctor Who Day today. Amazing, and I want this, and I love that, like, this, you know, okay, I love that Doctor Who is the show where he talks.
Classic British comics. The makers of Doctor Who magazine, Team Panini Books. UK it's $15.99. In the USA it's $26.
Yeah, and I know there are Doctor Who podcasts that that have women in them, but kind of slow mo. They did, you know, effects, and it was 480p, but this was Doctor Who as the hook. This essentially bypassed
Neil Gaiman, and about how I knew he was an okay writer from Doctor Who, but I didn't really know whether he was good out the timeline. I mean, I'm good now. I'm good, right? I'm doing reviews. I'm reviewing Doctor Who The Snowman with Clara Oh, the beginnings box set, the origins box set of Doctor Who, which is The Unearthly Child, 10,000
It'd be interesting to see how, you know, the broody Doctor who nearly went with Missy deals with Daleks. I mean, the Doctor, there's this brilliant moment where Matt Smith's Doctor, who is generally not someone who rests on the fact. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and I have just watched Doctor Who Series 9, Episode 3.
All the way through to this new Doctor who's basically just the infinity of Doctor, the last ever Doctor.
Even when I got to university and I stopped watching conventional TV, I would still watch Sherlock and Doctor Who in that kind of way. It will change again, and it's glorious, and that's why I love it. And Doctor Who can be an adult show, it can be a children's show, it can be a family show.
Everything about Doctor Who, all the 50 years of time and space, was improvised on the fly. I have read the Virgin New Adventures. I have read the new Doctor Who books for children. I have
been watching Class. I have watched the first episode of Class. Class being the Doctor Who spin-off that aired sometime. Doctor Who. And you know it's prime time family drama, Doctor Who, on Christmas Day, because
the Series 5 and Series 6 especially of Doctor Who, I was really into, you know, the Doctor Who live journal.
I mean, okay, going to Doctor Who for a minute, right? When the Cybermen were first created, they were an out of the Virgin New Adventures Doctor Who line. And I had a signed copy of the book for him.
And I was being bullied a lot, an awful lot, and I didn't give a shit about Doctor Who back then. I gave a shit about telly, and I was very Doctor Who reviews. Please check out my Doctor Who. I really like this.
And so kind of, you know, the whole insistence of, hey, can you please check out.
I mean, even to the point where Doctor Who, when its first use of gender fluidness or transsexualness, a loner and a loser and an outcast. And then I discovered Doctor Who, then I discovered Daleks, and then I went to college who watches Let's Plays of the same goddamn game. I know that I am someone who likes repetition, but Doctor Who has lost it. I have sight gags. I was going to do it on the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who. It was going to have a storyline running through it.
Sean. Or you can listen to the Doctor Who Book Club podcast with Eric Stadnick and all the series of the Arrow. A certain Mr. John Barrowman, who was in Doctor Who. Now, on the one hand,
Obviously, I discovered, Doctor Who. I became a Whovian when I was like 16, 17, but nevertheless,
the 10th Doctor was taught. And of course, here is where Doctor Who starts influencing me, or more specifically, this is where
I played Lilac Wars on the Nintendo 64. Doctor Who was not a part of my life until I was like 15, and I'm not a fan of Rose Tyler and Doctor Who because I'd been reading the new, but there isn't much actually about Doctor Who in it. I mean, Doctor Who features a lot, but by a little kid fresh out of school with some gadgets inspired by Doctor Who and Star Trek. So you can just go, I would like to buy the Torchwood and Doctor Who box sets, please. You can just say, I would like, oh.
I love that now DC is giving me, like, Doctor Who's been rubbish with Stephen Moffat, and it's like,
Doctor Who. I didn't know about it. Like, Doctor Who was just that thing that my dad would say, oh look, the security camera.
because with a fandom like Doctor Who and Star Wars and Star Trek and Ghostbusters, the fan...
Doctor Who is not a TV show anymore. For me, Doctor Who is a book series from the 90s. That is aimed at adults and doesn't give a fucking fig.
Into things, and I'm gonna stop doing this, and I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna interact more with Doctor Who and game stuff, and I have interacted.
Was announcing plans to essentially release special Doctor Who themed DLC for Minecraft on Xbox. An okay writer from Doctor Who, but I didn't really know whether he was good outside of Doctor Who. So I listened to this, and that by the time the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who rolls around, but I would just that's what I'm saying, kind of that's what you can do if you're a Doctor Who fan. You don't look at Doctor Who and go, oh look at it, it's simply wonderful. It's a magnificent kind of feeling, just like, this is it! New Doctor Who! New companion! There's Matt Smith in the titles again! There's the TARDIS! There's Cloud! Big, clever, intelligent, and there are Doctor Who elements, there's so much. I want to be a writer. So, I went to university. And here I am. And along the way, Doctor Who helped me.
Silence will fall when the question is asked. Well, what is the question? The question is Doctor Who. Who is the Doctor? That is the moment. Oh, it's fantastic. I tells you it really is fucking fantastic. And hey guys, a Doctor Who prequel dropped yesterday.
Some other books, like I've got a few of the New Adventures Doctor Who books. Wow. Big surprise that I read Doctor Who books. Because people do think it's a big deal, because this is Doctor Who, this is an institution, this is a 50-year, and then it ends with a cliffhanger into the next season, and so it continues. Whereas with Doctor Who, the story arc, recording once again my reaction to the latest Doctor Who episode. Now, here's the timer. Let's start it. My own TV series. I wanted to write for Doctor Who. And hand on heart, if they came to me and they said, we're gonna let you direct
Through and through, I wanted to write for Doctor Who, and I love Doctor Who so much. Nowadays, I don't really wrestled with in the books that I love. My favourite series of Doctor Who was the books, right? Because the books were for adults, and yes,
Dude, I know people who film their own Doctor Who episodes, who have their own costumes, their own...
okay, it's still gonna be Moffat Doctor Who. So I'm not gonna go in and go, yeah, it's gonna be the best.
Into, you know, where it's like Doctor Who, Star Wars, crossover, da 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 da. I'm like, yeah, the Doctor Who bit's good. Not so much the Star Wars. You will be assimilated into British culture. You will watch British culture. You will become a Doctor Who nerd. But, I was in school, so I was going through my own angsty stuff. So, yeah, I really looked to TV, to Doctor Who as a real escape.
So this was what Doctor Who fans did. This was like the resurgence of Doctor Who fans. The Doctor Who fans said, "Hey, I've got a year when Doctor."
Even though, you, as a fan, no, he couldn't have. The fans will never forget him. The Doctor Who experience was launched. Nobody fucking gives a shit. Because you know what? Whilst Doctor Who is playing, I can play Skyrim, I can play Minecraft.
Shitty stories and shitty trilogies sort of thing. Again, in this kind of almost Doctor Who episodic format. And then I sort of came up.
Complaints do we get in this series of Doctor Who? Oh my god, they're turning Doctor Who into Clara Who. How dare they make the main cat the
fact that, you know, Knock Knock is kind of more standard Doctor Who fare of like, ooh, creepiness, right? But there is nonetheless a more Celtic with its sort of weaving pattern. So it looks like Excalibur from the Doctor Who episode Battlefield. I mean, it's a little dagger. World, and I am going to put a stop to them. And, you know, this is the Doctor who sits in who goes to a tea shop. And this was a Doctor who was calm and precise. He went out finding problems and,
you know, men are the people who, you know, go about, buy Doctor Who costumes and prat about in fields creating fan videos. And David Tennant! And I loathed David Tennant! Okay? I chose to become a Doctor Who fan, to become really embrace. My YouTube channel is mainly just so I can go, hey, I'm making another Doctor Who fan, isn't that cool? Look at me, it's excellent.
you know, it's you know, Superman, it's Doctor Who, it's Sherlock Holmes, it's you know, a grab.
What I've managed to do is extract the kind of most Doctor Who bit of it, and essentially what that thing is there's a character shit, and I don't have time to get angry at Doctor Who fandom anymore. I mean, it's not.
I think this is quite appropriate, really. This is Doctor Who.
With Stephen Moffat. His first series on Doctor Who, brilliant, fantastic. And Critical Hit, the first series, amazing.
90s. Doctor Who is off the air. We've got Robot Wars back. They brought back Ghostbusters.
My thoughts, my review of Doctor Who, Deep Breath. Kind of fair warning about my perspective.
Louder. And that's all very well when I'm talking about Doctor Who in a pub with my friends. It's quite another thing when I'm
the main cat, the companions, the main characters of Doctor Who. Don't they know it's called Doctor Who? Don't you guys fucking know that? Well, I'm gonna say how I feel about this thing. I'm gonna sort of do a, you know, almost a Doctor Who confidential kind of thing of saying, so, but really, it was just me, Doctor Who, him, sports and comics. Fight! And literally all that happened was that we kept on. I mean, I know that this is Doctor Who, so there will be an awful lot of people who will enjoy this. I'm supposed to handwave this. I like to think of myself as a fair critic who likes Doctor Who episodes. I'm the guy complaining when Mr. Todd...
It's not like anybody would get anything from there. You know, it's like, I got a conversation about Doctor Who from him there. You know, it's gamey stuff. The Awesome Book of Comic Fantasy, and Project Dalek, the Dalek Project, Doctor Who, the Tom Baker years. I got annoyed with, you know, Doctor Who, A Good Man Goes to War, because I had been spending the entire series on Doctor, and I love the way he rolls his R's. I love his accent. And I love that this is the Doctor who is Merlin, who will be Merlin. Can I just say, yeah, the Doctor has sex. Get over it. Oh, modern Doctor Who, they have other characters besides...
Bomb all the way to the bottom. Fair enough. When Peter Cushing starred in Doctor Who, the Daleks 2030 AD or whatever. I'm a Doctor Who fan. What happens if I stumble into the world of Doctor Who? And it was literally, I get on the bus that Lady Christina D'Souza flies away on. Sort of, I started learning about Daleks and Doctor Who, and I started learning social cues from forums because they have...
Look at Doctor Who. Bad things happen to people every other fucking week on Doctor Who. In fact, I remember one Doctor Who story that I loved very much.
Utter monster! Okay? The Doctor who manipulates his friends. The Doctor who genuinely... Man, sorry that, yeah, they're mistreating him, so fuck that. I kind of feel the same way about Doctor Who. I kind of feel like it's being treated poorly, and
certainly I would argue that Series 5 of Doctor Who, Moffat's first series, I would argue that that's actually...
Laura. Sally thinks for a second and says, ever watch Doctor Who and the Silurians? Laura frowns. Only watched some of the new series, unfortunately.
Not want tons of money. I do not want to be scriptwriter for Doctor Who. In fact, I do not want to be cast as Doctor Who. I do not want to date. Because one of my favourite Doctor Who stories of all time is a Seventh Doctor story called The Curse.
To start doing it, start putting it out there. So there's a teaser trailer up now on Doctor Who Writer's site, so I urge you to do...
That panel gave me hope. Gave me genuine hope that, you know, Doctor Who fans aren't as bigoted as I feared they were. Something. You've got the first Doctor, who's the old Doctor. You've got the second Doctor, who's the hobo.
But at the same time, if you have been in Doctor Who in any capacity, then it will do that. As far as I'm concerned, that's like saying, hey, Matt Smith, there's a problem at our Doctor Who group. Can you get involved and tell them?
You know. Okay, the introduction to Clark, brilliant. The whole Doctor Who thing again, brilliant.
By squealing with girlish delight the whole way through. Then Doctor Who came on, and from that day forth, our years stopped being dictated.
Talk about Doctor Who so goddamn much, and this is why me not liking Doctor Who at the moment is killing my social life. Because it's just like...
That was a great... That wasn't a great episode. That wasn't a great story of Doctor Who, but it was an okay story of Doctor Who. Founded by a Tharshanook. Think James Bond crossed with Doctor Who and a great old one from the works of H.P. Lovecraft. The Logicia
knock 4 times, which was just brilliant. And that basically this was the last Doctor Who episode I watched before I began, you know. I was already part of Doctor Who Live Journal, and I was posting, you know, explanations and stuff, and
Jack. That would be fun. That would be fun. sort of an adult Doctor Who spin-off that's just Missy and Captain Jack.
Yeah. And I didn't bother watching it because, well, basically Doctor Who was being shit, and the
review series of the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who. And this is where you're either going to love it, hate it, and yes, the last series of Doctor Who was mostly shit. It was mostly shit. But there were good moments in Doctor Who. Fans have ignored continuity in the past when it annoys them. Doctor Who fans have gotten over the It's only recently, it's only through discovering Doctor Who and discovering Doctor Who fanvids that I started to like music at all.
Forget, on Christmas Day itself, there is going to be a new Doctor Who, and there's going to be a new Sherlock special. As far as I'm concerned, one of the best series of Doctor Who there is, and
my passion that had been awakened through Doctor Who, I went to university. I went to college, and I was like, yes, one of me is probably what any of you would think of me, in that I'm this sad little Doctor Who nerd in his little room who only...
The breadth and imagination of Doctor Who adventures have made the show one of science fiction's truly
None of my business what stuff you think, okay? What I am saying is that Doctor Who was started in 1963 to feel very loyal and defensive and like, no, Doctor Who has helped me so much, I owe it so much. It can be so amazing. Capacity of liking. I mean, I have watched and been a fan of Star Trek and Doctor Who, but so I can't really. Ba 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 ba. 7 DVDs. But these aren't any ordinary Doctor Who DVDs. Oh no, they're fan-made!
Don't realise that. Suggests an interesting other possibility, which is that the Doctor Who they have either is a things in your links. I mean, this is what I have done. You know, I've done Star Wars, I've done Doctor Who, I've done superhero films, and I've done.
Props are brilliant. Don't get me wrong. I love the Daleks in the new era of Doctor Who. I love the designs of them, and I'm not obsessed. So when I compare Farscape to Doctor Who, that is because they are both shows that matter to me. And in fact, I'm thinking Doctor Who again, because you know what was awesome about the last series of Doctor Who, right? The series art.
I'm genuinely thinking if someone can do a Doctor Who film, it might be these guys.
Peer pressure. Always be honest. 'Cause lying isn't good. And then I discovered Doctor Who. I discovered the 7th Doctor, and
Very shitty, very horrible fanfic featuring Clara from Doctor Who, because fuck it. I'm not gonna pub.
a woman who can deliver a female James Bond. We need a woman who can deliver a female Doctor Who, a female Star Trek. Like, you know, we need quite like that John Barrowman chap who was, you know, in Doctor Who as Captain Jack. Then, and you say that, you know, the reason that isn't
Adrian Salmon, an essential collection for fans of Doctor Who and classic British comics. The makers of Doctor Who magazine team.
I was just listening to a Psychomedia podcast. It wasn't entirely like, fuck Doctor Who, I'm listening to Psychomedia. It was more...
the story from the 2005 series of Doctor Who. Story by Robert Shearman called Dalek.
Which is why, in a way, I'm kind of happy with there being an unnamed doctor who was responsible for that in Once Upon a
they're gonna lose because the question, because it's like the Doctor Who story Survival with Sylvester McCoy.
Apprentice, the first episode of Doctor Who Series 9. And somebody in the comments said they wanted to see a realm, because I do not just have experience of watching Doctor Who, I have watched Babylon 5 and Farscape, and I have louder.
And that's all very well when I'm talking about Doctor Who in a pub with my friends. It's quite another thing when I'm all these videos. I want all these videos. I like all these Doctor Who videos. I like all of these Let's Play videos. Right? I'm someone who is a
fans just said, no, we want this, make it. And Doctor Who, it was cancelled. With the seventh Doctor Who, a self-portrait. It is highly fictionalised and obviously incorporates Doctor Who in quite a fanficky that RTD did in Doctor Who. It was shit compared to, the Doctor Who Christmas Carol. But it was and as someone who identifies with the Doctor, who likes to identify with the Doctor, I can very much should have died in battle. He should have. His was a Doctor who was constantly taught between the darkness and the
Bob. Lads, Doctor Who was made to be fucking demographic focused. Like, literally. Again, someone said something about Doctor Who, and I corrected them, and I was wrong. It's just like, fuck.
It's Doctor Who, so I can put up with a lot of sogging, because I'm a Doctor Who nerd, But
canonical Doctor Who story, Curse of the Fatal Death. No. Whose first canonical Doctor Who story, The Empty Child, ends with, that's right! No, Luke, I am your father twist from EastEnders first. Then I saw it in Doctor Who. Then I saw it. And then this is the reason that I'm doing this video is, okay, right. Doctor Who is a show about a guy who is supposedly never cold calculation is at the heart of Doctor Who. Like, Doctor Who has always been, we want a certain demographic, so we're going to have these people here.
going, yes, Google Doctor Who, torrent all. Honestly, Big Finish would be so much easier and would have... Ooh, and I got a Doctor Who mug.
Things going, they're still delivering the things that you really need, There's still Doctor Who, there's still Sherlock. Yeah. I like from out of, the Verdi New Adventures of Doctor Who or something, they're very...
I probably would forget about watching Doctor Who and probably just stop caring about it altogether. Because I was really into, the Doctor Who Live Journal. And, the Doctor Who Live Journal is mainly fangirls because it's Monday. We should have all seen Doctor Who Deep Breath by now. Or maybe you haven't, and that's why your
favourite scene of the entire series of Doctor Who, where essentially the Doctor kind of says, okay, so we're investigating Stonehenge.
I don't like that 7th Doctor comic, but most Doctor Who comics is like, it's Doctor Who, so I can put up with a lot of sogging, because I'm
the Doctor between the 8th Doctor and the 9th Doctor, who was created to be in war. The 8th Doctor was dead, and sort of here is where we sort of, as we enter into the Doctor Who era of my life, then there is going to be a review of Doctor Who up later today, so you will get a kind of nice positive thing. You enter his bloodstream. You know, it was almost like Doctor Who, the Invisible Enemy, with, you know, the Doctor being cured of the feed is, oh, Doctor Who test footage. You know, like, oh, this is a title sequence. ITV. It was supposed to be the competitor to Doctor Who after they killed off Primeval, and it had Philip Glenister in it as some.
I say concept because this is the first Doctor Who story, and I happen to believe that
I like that idea that the Seventh Doctor is the Doctor who realises it, and it's like almost immediate.
I learned about the mythology of Doctor Who, and I got interested in the mythology of Doctor Who, and I learnt how to socialise on Doctor Who forums.
Unless you keep us alive. Essentially, what that episode of Doctor Who says is, yes, saying that as a guy who loves, you know, Doctor Who, and that's been going for 31 years, but that's because that's rare.
I went to the yearly Nine Worlds Geek Fest, so female Doctor Who, yeah. I remember embarrassing myself tremendously.
Language to communicate with that you can fall back on. Now, I have grown beyond needing to use Doctor Who as a crutch.
You don't want to pick on the easy targets if you're a Doctor Who fan, really, I think. I think if you're a Doctor Who fan, you know, he is the great companion to the Doctor who fights against the Daleks because, you know, he's the guy who...
I love the guy, and I still love the guy, and he was the best part about the worst season of Doctor Who I have ever seen.
I would be locking myself in front of the TV. I'm not obsessed with Doctor Who. To say that does a great disservice to those fangirls on the official Doctor, well, not the official, but, you know, on the Doctor Who live journal. For what they have done, I like, because suddenly Doctor Who is making people talk about transgender and, like, gender. The 5th episode of the latest Doctor Who miniseries, because I sort of left a glowing review sort of going,
Christmas special that you get after Series 5 of Doctor Who, where you get Matt Smith basically doing Matt Smith's Doctor knowing and achieve to sort of immortality, because, like, Doctor Who remembers and celebrates everyone, including the guy who played Luther, and of the Arrow and the Flash and Supergirl, and of Doctor Who and Sherlock, and I will track down Stolz. In fact, this is why I keep fucking referring to Doctor Who, because just using my words isn't fucking enough.
Thing that people forget about Doctor, even the 10th Doctor, right? Even the Doctor who was in love with Rose, and who every woman...
I am a wreck. I am a wreck of a person. I am a fucking Doctor Who fan. I am going, oh, you make Minecraft videos, I make Minecraft videos, and I do Doctor Who reviews. Please check out my Doctor Who. I really like it. It sings better. Although, obviously, it is a bugger for people who love Doctor Who that it's not gonna be on. And don't get me wrong, by the standards of the writing of Doctor Who, this is 1,000 times.
People saying, you know, they're definitely going to cancel it. That's what they're doing. They're going to cancel Doctor Who. I had people saying, oh no, they'll never cancel. Peter Hinchcliffe. No, Peter Hinchcliffe is the producer from Doctor Who in the 1970s. But no, is what I've done set to clips from Doctor Who, including like classic Doctor Who, because it's kind of like it's really the Doctor. It's not, the Doctor who's kind of in retirement and yes. I did not watch Doctor Who this week because I wanted to. I watched Doctor Who this week because, well, the fact is that Doctor Who has been a landmark in history. I mean, it's almost 50 years now. Wow. Big surprise that I read Doctor Who books. I've got some of the Jiggy McHugh books or whatever, but sort of what you thought of Doctor Who this year, or shark films, or something that you think would be appropriate. Doctor Who is not. Doctor Who is pleasant and fun on the first watch. Maybe if you like repeats, maybe hatred for those who would not give you your shows. Oh, Doctor Who fandom. Oh, you promised us a year of nothing but Doctor Who, and you have in the Minecraft fandom because Minecraft people are nerds, and Doctor Who nerds happen to be dedicated just as much as Minecraft people are. So
I'm watching them out of obligation, and Sherlock basically never comes out, and Doctor Who seemingly comes out only slightly more often.
bleak reminder of how often people die in Doctor Who. Now it's just a reminder of how often Moffat pulled it. And as you can imagine, watching a Doctor Who episode about stone statues coming to kill you, one of the key things that got me out of it and that made me a Doctor Who fan was reading the Doctor Who stories on.
Watched the latest series of caught up on the latest series of Doctor Who.
For Doctor Who and Sherlock. And Doctor Who was basically killed for me by the TV show and by the fans.
Even before Doctor Who, before writing for fiction, before YouTube, before
have 4 in them. And the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who have fucking Tuloid Lovecraftian monstrosities in them. Talk about, should James Bond or Doctor Who or whoever be able to become a woman, because I'm too biased. The second episode of Matt Smith's run of Doctor Who, he takes Amy to this to where Britain is on a hello, this is me in the world of Doctor Who, and then sort of like 300 pages later, and it's the Farshanook stepping out. I basically stormed off in a huff away from Doctor Who because its fanboys lit up.
I mean, that way you could have Doctor Who on more, but people hate Doctor Who, so Yes, this very fits the theme of I am a loser. In a Doctor Who t-shirt.
Stuffing woman, and it's like, you see this trope appear in Doctor Who with the end of the Key to Time arc. I think because I spend a lot of my time online, because I'm a Doctor Who fan and stuff, and I have interests that span across the course or Minecraft or Doctor Who. Yeah, I hated it. So yeah, there is awesome happening.
A fantastic example of this kind of thing. It's actually with a gramophone, but in the Doctor Who TV movie, when it's at the very.
As I was sitting back watching Doctor Who, but my mum came in to get me to sign. What am I gonna do? What can the anti-critic do for the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who? Well, I might have some ideas.
Modern day. Modern day, yes. So Doctor Who is a very grim thing. And the two Daleks and the two
Is the very thing I love. I love exposition. I read The Science of Doctor Who. I like quantum mechanics. Okay, even though I don't really like Doctor Who anymore, well, not the latest ones, and
Now, as far as influences go, obviously Doctor Who is an influence in the sense that, you know,
a novelisation, but funny thing, with Doctor Who being a children's show, you can actually get,
in the Seven Streets continuity now. That means we have Doctor Who in the Seven Streets continuity now.
and that episode, this is 2013, this is the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, you've got bloody Mark Gatiss, because I am a Doctor Who fan. I don't just mean, oh, well, he likes Doctor Who, so that's why he's here, or that,
you know, write extremely long, you know, essays on Doctor Who fan theories, and that's me. You know, I belong in that group. You know, story featuring Clara Oswald from Doctor Who, because basically I watched Clara Oswald's last story that she that was the run that kind of got me into Doctor Who. So listening to this podcast and
that's one of my very potent fears. That's why I won't go to see the Doctor Who exhibit, you know, because I'm terrified.
Broadchurch, which has got David Tennant in it, and he did some Doctor Who episodes and some Torchwood episodes.
No, from Battlefield, the Arthurian Doctor Who episode. And in fact, I got a B in mythology.
Acting from the Doctor, and that's not proper Doctor Who, and it's all shit, and yeah, I'm sure they'd love it. Me, I don't.
Star Wars in their formative years, or Star Trek, or Doctor Who. I didn't do that. The things that I learnt about in my formative years.
Same with Matt Smith in Doctor Who. Bisexuality, it is awesome at times.
I mean, the thing is that, like, the last series of Doctor Who was shit about pronunciation. Oh, you pronounced it wrong. Like, the whole thing with Doctor Who and, like, Matt Smith saying a TV series eventually was made. Because I was writing a Doctor Who fanfic. It was basically or a movie or anything. All of it will be because Doctor Who changed my life.
These are obvious influences, but really the big influence from Doctor Who has been the Virgin New Adventures, the Doctor Who Virgin New Adventures.
It's gonna be all women. Doctor Who, but with women. Supernatural, but women. Like, my brain could.
Of its fan base, because the makers of Doctor Who make it best when they don't give a fuck about continuity. They don't.
I'd be so angry. I avoided communicating with Doctor Who fans. Ooh. Mr. Steve Ricks of Tenant Coat fame, who makes Doctor Who costumes bespoke, tailored sort of things, you know.
End of the year when Doctor Who, when Doctor Who is on the air, but we've got space to do Doctor Who fan productions, right? And
slogan of the TV series, we are all different people throughout our lives. And so with Doctor Who, which is the big cult pseudo-religion. You can look at the best episodes of Doctor Who and nitpick the shit out of it. But you know what? It doesn't.
Someone who I have followed in the Doctor Who, because kind of that's how I came to YouTube, right? I mean,
I didn't express, but this isn't a Doctor Who review, because I've done my reviews. This is, you know, fair enough, if you're making a Doctor Who movie, you want to write the Daleks. But for me, when I was writing my story, yes, I wrote
bad things are happening to people. Well, yeah. Fucking look at Doctor Who. Bad things happen to people every other fucking week on Doctor Who. Blimey. Yeah. Series 10 of Doctor Who. I'd watched the first episode pilot, and it was
brought back up. That's what I want to see. I want to see introductory episodes like you see in Doctor Who, like Rose.
Oh, you've got Clara, who is dead and poorly written. So no, Doctor Who, that shit at women too. Okay, let's try by the fact that, you know, there are kind of two parters in Doctor Who, even with this sort of this is a Doctor Who manipulates his friends in truly
in it. And I started looking on the BBC Cult website about Doctor Who, and I read Human Nature, and I read.
Keep going on. The BBC keeps making Doctor Who like that's got half a chance. Except it's not in isolation, is it?
And I'm not saying that, you know, especially Doctor Who, which has survived so long by changing, can't. I'm not
pretty slim ginger women because you like Harry Potter from Doctor Who, and you like that because blah 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 blah. You know. And the one sort of so
people who document their pilgrimages through the history of Doctor Who or Star Trek. I am going to document my pilgrimage. When I see trolls going, "You fucking love Doctor Who. If he knocked on your door, would you have sex with him?" Because other podcast, which I am about to recommend, the Doctor Who Book Club, because they cover the Virgin New Adventures. They review the Virgin New Adventures.
Essentially, it's a series that takes the Doctor Who format in the sense that it's I've currently only written one.
It is that evil part of me. I mean, there is. Any Doctor Who fan who likes Daleks, there is an evil part of them going, it's fantasy. The internet allows fans to communicate in ever greater ways and to make Doctor Who better in ever greater ways by influencing it. To any transgender or gender fluid people watching Doctor Who now, I completely understand if you just want to switch off and never talk to anybody.
That happened with Doctor Who. That happened. That's now
Edge to it, and obviously Ben Aranovich has written for Doctor Who before Remembrance of the Daleks and Battlefield. So went through some shit, and I was in a dark place, and then I discovered Doctor Who, right? And there's a weird quiff of hair on my head.
I think Sally Sparrow says it in the Doctor Who episode Blink that like sad is
Damn sofa for BBC, for the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, for Doctor Who. I lived for Star Fox 64.
You have to judge it by the TV series, because the TV series is the only official canon, insofar as Doctor Who has an official. When he was the Fifth Doctor. Okay, you know, there's so many. You know, in Doctor Who, it is a recurrent thing that
It's not any of the established Doctors, and it's a very much different Doctor. I mean, this is a Doctor who sort of has a people printer, which basically
like, I want to know, what is the Doctor Who of the Arrow universe? which is completely stupid, right? But
Another Doctor Who fan, this is not cool. Look at these, excellent, yeah. And FYI, Doctor Who After Death by Checkmate Productions. Like the classic one to show the range of opinions is this year Doctor Who. I have had.
I love Red Dwarf and The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I am such a massive Doctor Who fan, and you know Black Seven and I just don't. And Doctor Who Flatlines was.
You couldn't even just say we're not gonna announce someone as a new Doctor Who.
The thing, I mean, as someone who follows Doctor Who fans, who is a fan of Doctor Who fans, it is something that things awesome, right? Like, Doctor Who is okay. I like Doctor Who when it works, but the fandom is why I love it.
Because it's Series 6 and whatever, and I was on the Doctor Who Live channel, and I'd been following it for a while because there was this excellent
GCSEs. Because when I first read it for GCSEs, like, I'd been watching, you know, sort of Tennant era Doctor Who. I'd been watching Star Trek, you know. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of the internet. My name is Alexander Gordon Jahans, and I have just watched Doctor Who, Series 9.
could genuinely set out to the stars. There isn't just hope that Doctor Who can be great again. There is hope that I could one day be an alright. Yeah, that hasn't worked out so well for Doctor Who. Going, we shall have the Christmas special every year! And it's just, no. And there are always rumours that, you know, they're gonna cancel Doctor Who, that they're gonna arrest it. No, three new DVDs as well. They were Doctor Who and the Claws of Axos. Got entirely because
I'm someone who will still say I'm not obsessed with Doctor Who. I am obsessed with Douglas Adams, right?
guys started forming bits, and I've been looking at them for a time, and so I've bought the Doctor Who pattern look. So if I wanted, in the process of that, I discovered Doctor Who and became a Doctor Who fan, and I started to go to college and shit like that. So people saying, you want to shag Doctor Who, do you? Like fucking hell, you're gonna tell those people, well, actually, I quite like the idea of having a fancy boyfriend who's a bit like Doctor Who, so I'm just gonna talk to you over Skype. We're going full circle, you know? And just now, like, the Doctor Who podcast, that, you know, even when I disassociated, fucking let the women have the Ghostbusters. You can fucking let the women have fucking Doctor Who. You've got the entirety of fucking pop culture. He was a massive nerd. He was a massive fan of With Now Life. I was like, I gotta check this out. A Doctor Who fan recommended it. And in the David Tennant era of Doctor Who and the Matt Smith era, like, when the Doctor, and then I discovered Doctor Who. I discovered the Seventh Doctor, and he's a Doctor who is scarred, right? Clearly, he.
So like, you know, I like Doctor Who. You know, even episodes that I once condemned. I'm going to do reviews of the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who, and I was going to do a sort of a top the fourth wall thing with fucking.
The same people who will call Doctor Who sexist because River Song lost her agency when she became Amy Pond's
Human Nature, the Doctor Who story, and in there he was less creepy. less creepy.
Superheroine to bring to the big screen. If Doctor Who can't become a woman and Wonder Woman can't come out on
Horrible things. I can't. I need to stop you. It's not. This is a Doctor who's just like, no. You know what?
okay, what Doctor Who succeeds at, what Doctor Who has over every bugger else, is quantum fucking
Have debates about doesn't really matter, like Doctor Who. The reason I feel safe talking about Doctor Who is that okay, going to Doctor Who for a minute, right? When the Cybermen were first created,
will be awesome. There are people who think that's what I'm like with Doctor Who. They think I'm this sad, loner little kid.
don't really listen to it anymore. I've kind of stopped caring about the Doctor Who podcasts because I sort of stopped caring about Doctor Who itself. They couldn't do anything. They could do sharksploitation Doctor Who. They could do anything with Doctor Who. That's the whole point.
And I know I'm going to the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who to get Sylvester McCoy, my favourite Doctor's autograph, but I'm a Doctor Who fan. I'm a Doctor Who fan. Okay. Doctor Who has affected my life in quite some way. And all the
Time. Who can alter time travel paradoxes? A Doctor who uses knowledge from his future. A Doctor who...
He was not the main character during the early years of Doctor Who. And what complaints do we... Hello and welcome to the review series of Doctor Who Series 7B. Got the kind of love. It's, you know, when you see Doctor Who or Harry Potter or whatever, love Harry, that's the power.
Doctor Who t-shirt, you know, I'm talking Doctor Who references. I'm a Doctor Who fan, yes, I know.
All these people on forums who are amazing, who love Doctor Who, and, you know, I joined Doctor Who groups on DeviantArt. Why Doctor Who would have been good? That is repeating for me, and that is dissecting worlds. You know, I can't. Okay, I've rewatched the odd Doctor Who story from the Seventh Doctor.
Maybe if there was an adult Doctor Who line, you know, maybe if there was an adult website, you know, and they still had the sort of Doctor Who ebooks, you know, they had Human Nature, one clip, like the first minute of footage from Doctor Who, from the 11th hour, and obviously there'd been a trailer.
But Doctor Who was a good TV show. I loved Doctor Who, and in fact, I remember.
No, this came from a different Doctor Who fanfic, because basically,
Silurians who crop up, like, I mean, I get that Doctor Who writers are just like, we need a story, any story. And I do
scheduling and stuff like this, but to a certain extent, I really wish that Doctor Who could be made like...
Have Children of Earth in Doctor Who. We have it in Torchwood, the adult spin-off that children can't watch, but...
dies billions upon trillions upon quadrillion times within that Doctor Who story. Heaven Sent fucking pisses at...
Just pretending that I'm like Doctor Who travelling off to see new lands, and yeah, it'll be practical as shit. Yeah, right person for this book, and it isn't that, oh, I'm a sci-fi nerd and I love Doctor Who, so I hate the magic of the world and stuff. No, But the thing is that the reason I like Doctor Who is because of its fandom. And he was also awesome in the last episode of that run of Doctor Who, where you just have all the space, everywhere and anywhere, all the missing Doctor Who episodes. Where do you want to start? Oh, by the way, it comes with this, and she dangles the collar.
I know, surprise. Autistic guy, low testosterone, into Doctor Who, wearing a Doctor Who t-shirt. I know, so surprising. But I know, and a service that is like, oh, so you're a Doctor Who nerd. Well, congratulations. These are the the Doctor Who nerds.
In as far as Doctor Who has ever had it, and like the Doctor Who is just kind of like the TV movie is right. It's
Rose. And also there's a new Doctor who I'm, making up as I go along, because he hasn't technically finished regenerating it.
It's better because it's like Liz Shaw and Romana on Doctor Who. The intelligent companions are better.
Well, as a Doctor Who fan, and also that's also a Doctor Who fan, you can understand that there is nothing.
It's the most powerful episode of Doctor Who ever, because nothing is scarier. It runs on that trope.
There have been multiple times when I have had ambition for it. I was going to do Doctor Who reviews. I was going to do reviews of the Virgin. Fucking did you all? Okay, complaining about Doctor Who for fitting its fucking demographics is the most ridiculous.
BBC! How dare you? This is my BBC! Doctor Who! 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps! Men behaving badly! Oh,
So go, journeying the galaxy. Like, they could do that. They could do an entire series of Doctor Who that was Doctor Who on the Starship. I probably would write a Doctor Who book for free. If they came to me and they were just like, oh, so you're a Doctor Who nerd. Well, congratulations. These are the Doctor Who nerds that might be interested in that might be.
if Doctor Who is dark, if Doctor Who has the Doctor quoting nature and actually killing guys, the pilot, and kind of like the pilot of the revived series of Doctor Who, it doesn't actually focus. He's going to hell, but he's on our side. It's time. You see, I'm here because of Doctor Who. I am doing these reviews for you.
So this is a found footage creepypasta shaky cam Doctor Who story in which
Of Doctor Who to go play Dungeons and Dragons with my mates. If I was obsessed with Doctor Who, don't you think that on today of a catching continuity that is actually Doctor Who? I mean, okay, I did kind of stop it just before
horrible thing has happened. We must end this with somberness. Even Doctor Who had, one episode where they ran it without.
and it's Doctor Who is a fictional TV show in the Doctor Who universe, and I like postmodern stuff, and so
They kind of got me into Doctor Who, and the Virgin New Adventures really inspired a lot of my writing, and also at the same time,
the whooshing sound they make as they flew past, the man who loved Doctor Who and, became script editor.
The way that Doctor Who is speaking out about things, and also the fact that knock knock props for this TV show Doctor Who, and this is so nerdy, and so I was like, fucking, I downed a glass of. And this is what Doctor Who discusses, because Doctor Who has changed some Doctor, and
and the Richard E. Grant Doctor, who was himself the 10th Doctor, who was in that continuity.
Well, last night I've been like sorting my trivia, and I was going, it's Doctor Who's birthday and wootage, and yeah.
Back. His skin is a fan-made skin of the 10th Doctor from Doomsday. Okay? Like, Doctor Who fan-made stuff.
Script editor to help win. A proper old school Doctor Who kind of script editor. And that bugger, Moss ate my Doctor Who scarf guy. Can't remember his name, but like
So, yeah, I guess for me, Doctor Who is not a TV show anymore. For me, Doctor Who is a book series.
kind of story they wanted. If they wanted, they could do Doctor Who the sexploitation years, you know. Okay, I realise bringing that up in is so insanely ill that he had a doctor who made him worse. So, you know, it kind of.
I think I'll call it Doctor Who Executive Producer Syndrome. Okay? The first everything. Kind of everything that I love about Doctor Who, a kind of everything that I kind of wanted about Doctor Who. Say, well, because I like this, everybody else is like this, and it's like I like Doctor Who, I'm not gonna, you know, force everyone.
Nathan, without a memory, as a child, watching Doctor Who, so they grow up in awe and help him. But anyway, William Dixon Wright turns out of Pope. In the sense that you know how Doctor Who fans and Star Trek fans and Star Wars fans will get into massive
Favourite podcasters and Let's Players, they're from Canada. Canada's nice. Canada's good. You know, the Doctor Who TV movie was filmed in Canada.
superhero. You are better than everybody else. You have the right. You know. Doctor Who asks, "Do I have the right?" Fucking good enough. Because if I want that, I ain't gonna fucking go anywhere. Okay? What Doctor Who succeeds at, what Doctor Who has, vulnerable Doctor. You've got 6th Doctor, who's the violent 80s, you know, Doctor who's, you know, going through this long character to build a Dalek. And as I was doing this research, I stumbled upon the Doctor Who website, and I stumbled across the fans made me love Doctor Who. And now that I have moved on and I'm getting my life sorted, I have to say that, you know, considering that this past year I've had issues with my faith in Doctor Who, you know, and I've realised to a certain extent they will watch it and then they will get angry and they will comment and they will say, why is Doctor Who not good anymore? And they will share all the series 7 and 8, but I know I will get over it because everybody else Doctor Who fan has. Okay, we're manipulative and going and like playing the Doctor Who theme tune so I can hear it, and then the kind of Pavlovian response kicks in, the story that everyone tells. But that's my story with Doctor Who. But the reason I'm talking about it is because that version repeats. I don't do repeats. Unless it's of dissecting worlds and Doctor Who. I don't do repeats. I'm not obsessed with Doctor Who. I know I love Doctor Who, but I'm not obsessed, and I know the
scriptwriter for Doctor Who. In fact, I do not want to be cast as Doctor Who. I do not want to date a Doctor Who actress. I in fact do not like sharks. I'm
very sorry. Or when you're searching for, you know, Doctor Who or then you find instances of porn.
And fair play to fucking Moffat, right? In that his stories had an attack on why. In Doctor Who, we had an attack on why drone strikes aren't a good. I'm a nerd, you know. I kind of got into Doctor Who through the kind of deep lore about, you know, the deep complete bullshit. Star Wars is Yoda saying, "Do or do not. There is no try," and Doctor Who is
A significantly plausible possibility, considering it is a Doctor Who story, and I am not in any way related. Yeah, but they do it brilliantly, and in Farscape they genuinely do. Doctor Who doesn't. And to be honest, because the female master came along and everybody I know in the Doctor Who podcast and in the Doctor Who fandom in general was like, no! It's this idea of, you know, well, I suppose tying back to the whole Doctor Who thing about, you know, it would be shocking if Torchwood did it. It would be shocking if Doctor Who did something like that. That would be wow.
between his last work on Doctor Who and when he will his work on Doctor Who will begin. Maybe who are fans, and they will talk about how they meet others in Doctor Who fandom and they lose their shit because and the other was like a book on Doctor Who and psychology that had like a whole load of
then I will owe that insanity to Doctor Who. Not monetarily, I'm not like giving Doctor Who any funds or shit.
That's anniversary of Doctor Who. And on the 26th of November is my anniversary of
Big Finish and of Doctor Who and of every bugger else, okay? Because writers like Paul Cornell and
because how do you create peace? No. Because I mean Doctor Who, right? Doctor Who started something like The Wire, something like Battlestar Galactica, Doctor Who, Star Trek, whatever. They are designed to be about sharks because I fucking kick up a stink about it. I genuinely care about Doctor Who because I kick up a stink about it. I genuinely care about all your now. Also, another book, obviously, Hitchhiker's, yes. And Science of Doctor Who has helped me particularly in my writing. I guess happy Boxing Day. And no, I haven't seen the new Doctor Who, and no, I don't care about spoilers.
On my birthday, he gave me the latest series of Doctor Who on DVD and a jiffy bag filled with what was apparently my half of.
I'm not obsessed with Doctor Who. To say that does a great disservice to Doctor Who. Because I love an episode of Doctor Who. Shit story, but the most awesome episode of Doctor Who. Because you have, you know, well.
But basically, the last 2 years, Doctor Who really hasn't been a thing, right? It's a lot. Yes, and how many times has Doctor Who committed genocide? That's beside the point.
And the crack is saying, Doctor Who, Doctor Who, Doctor Who, the oldest secret, the greatest question throughout time and space.
Shit doesn't happen every fucking week like it does in Doctor Who, like it does in the Discworld. You know,
we'll just, I'll be there sort of going, you know, Doctor Who is awesome and you know, Discworld is awesome.
Arthur Dent, Captain Kirk, Doctor Who, James Bond, you know, there are so many fucking iconic male characters. There are so
stuff. Because it's fucking Gallifrey 1. It's Gallifrey 1 for the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who. Of course I'm fucking doing that.
it's also the kind of Doctor Who series where the Doctor ponders Nietzsche, you know?
So badly. I mean, it's the Doctor and the TARDIS and their love story. No Doctor Who fan is ever gonna watch that and go, one day, copy an episode of Doctor Who from YouTube and upload it. Copy an episode of Doctor Who and upload it onto YouTube, and then
which is basically the Doctor Who episode, the Doctor Who story, where they end up on alternate Silurian Earth and
actually have multiple parliaments and have a UBI and all these good things, or you can have Doctor Who. And it's
And this is why, you know, in Doctor Who, so often we end up with, you know, pretty 20-something girls from London.
like Doctor Who, but they like David Tennant. So when you mention Doctor Who, they go, oh, well, I like David Tennant and he was hot. And you're like,
because, you know, I love the Daleks. The Daleks are why I discovered Doctor Who. And the Daleks are people on the internet who get annoyed that people start watching Doctor Who because they think the Doctor Who actor is.
I suppose, being a bisexual man, my answer is, well, I want to pull Doctor Who bloke, so I dress up as Doctor Who.
Deep nerding about how the TARDIS works. You know, I got into it through the science of Doctor Who, so I really, you know, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who, the Discworld books, and the Culture books have all had massive effects on me.
I had people say, oh no, they'll never cancel it. I had people say, oh no, Doctor Who's completely sexist and Peter Capaldi said they're gonna change it. After having watched The Adventure in Time and Space, after having seen the origins of Doctor Who, and seeing Battlestar Galactica, Terminator, half a fucking Doctor Who. Really? You're not getting the whole robots? Before I went to college and university, Doctor Who was the thing that got me out of a very, very bad funk after leaving school. And the Daleks. And it is also about a plot that the Doctor Who, the invisible enemy, that is the story in,
and add it to the patronising crappiness of childish Doctor Who. And then let's add in lashing.
There's a female master and the entirety of Doctor Who fandom erupts. But in reality, the Doctor Who fandom was kind of... The reason I'm talking about it is because that version that Doctor Who people tell of, that first one you watch, that's your favourite.
Revolutionary zeal somewhat, so I suppose that's good. Yes, Doctor Who the Writer's Room. Doctor Who the Writer's Room.
Most of me admitting that I could never be showrunner of Doctor Who, but like, considering the kinds of shit and tropes that I write, no. Whereas a series like Doctor Who or The Wire is meant to be watched chunk after chunk after chunk, right? They are meant to be.
So yeah, certainly if they do an episode on Doctor Who, that would be glorious. That or the Hitchhiker's.
It's because I know that Doctor Who fans do not want to read Doctor Who reviews and responses that are just this episode.
I don't fit in with Doctor Who fan lore. Well, you know, you're just a sci-fi nerd, so Star Wars, except I'm the guy.
They could do an entire series of Doctor Who that was Doctor Who on the Starship Enterprise, you know, or the sort of the BBC equivalent, right?
Everything is owed on to that man. But it is the second Doctor who sort of sets the standard. Because, you know, William... And you don't have any annoying fanboys who are so fucking defensive. You know? There are facts. in Doctor Who, and there are
that sort of Doctor Who essentially became bad because it started analysing who the Doctor is.
he's a time control superhero, and it's just like, yep, you got me, you got me. That's why I like Doctor Who, that's why I like Generation thing. They're going to finish it off, they're going to end Doctor Who finito, goodbye, That's what they're planning, to the point.
By YouTube. It's the fact that someone could one day copy an episode of Doctor Who from YouTube and upload it, copy it, and
then I sort of went a bit off topic, and he goes into, and this, new Doctor who's mentally regenerating goes off into a parallel universe where, And I know, I am saying it about fucking Doctor Who, but Doctor Who at its stupidest can be educational. All this is.
Merlin looks exactly like that guy, John Barrowman of Torchwood, and Doctor Who, and he's now Ra's al Ghul, so you've now got someone.
Own a little kid who's just like, Doctor Who rules, man, Doctor Who everything, man. And I come home, and if Doctor Who's not, those people were awesome. I said hello to the Doctor Who podcast, and that one of them, Heather, I think it was,
being brought up on Star Trek and sort of Doctor Who and all these sort of. Being a hero is kind of built in, constantly trained by me watching a lot of Doctor Who fanfics that, hey, you like the Doctor Who tag things, don't you? Yes, for a sort of little squiddy creature from an alien planet. And the first Sylvester McCoy Doctor Who story that I watched, right, learning Blender and doing all this stuff, okay, and I stumbled across the Doctor Who books, right, because the script was, I had basically just seen Doctor Who and some Star Trek and stuff, so that they were, it's a great episode of Doctor Who, but yeah, it's kind of standard Doctor Who, to be honest, and I'm Who anymore, well, not the latest ones, and I don't really like Doctor Who fandom anymore because of what it.
I'm not going to go into that. It's odd. So, thank God, a new Doctor Who magazine has arrived, and if you want a review of it, then full-colour comic strips from the pages of Doctor Who magazine. The Doctor clashes with a new host of enemies in the latest.
What I'd written was just a book that kind of used Doctor Who's character. I mean, looking back, there's surprisingly little of. It's kind of up there in terms of, Doctor Who fandom of the Doctor Who podcasts, because I sort of stopped caring about Doctor Who itself, because basically in Doctor Who will overwrite actual canon in as far as Doctor Who has ever had it, and the Doctor Who's just kind of. And then you say, oh well, modern Doctor Who is bad because it shows that actually that's a bad thing to do, and the reveal of, Doctor Who, the title is brilliant, and it's kind of a bit 80s, and sort of whatever. The point is that when I started watching Doctor Who for the Cold War, I was in a very, very, that really is kind of a berserk button, because it's I didn't discover Doctor Who until 2009. It'd been broadcast since 2005, and I'd been Rose's analyses of the 5th and 6th series of Doctor Who, because she really Doctor Who fans making Doctor Who fan videos and Doctor Who fan audio, and
you know, people.
But then after that, I think I'm going to call it a day with the Doctor Who fandom. Because you're all fucking nuts.
With regards to the Doctor from Doctor Who, that like, this is a man who calls himself a pacifist, and yet can.
And I am not in any way related to the BBC, Doctor Who, or whatever, you know. I mean, no, I'm not.
It was in Doctor Who fandom that I sort of realised my love of sci-fi and realised that I
Exactly spend the majority of my time hanging around with them as they're not normally kind of Doctor Who fans. Yeah, at least not the ones I hang around with. Maybe it's just because I'm bullshitty stuff happened and I discovered Doctor Who via the 7th Doctor. I came to watch actual as televised Doctor Who. Actually, no, it's worse than getting Davros to advertise Doctor Who by giving a voiceover, because you genuinely play a.
So I see from Walsall Matt, Doctor Who TARDIS sequence, Doctor Who test footage, test video of this, test video of that.
Came to watch actual as televised Doctor Who and found Matt Smith to be my Doctor. And most the Christmas-siest ever story that RTD did in Doctor Who.
Leaving the Union. And also it's shady because this is a Doctor who basically found out, with Star Wars, with Star Trek, with Doctor Who, with Ghostbusters, there is the fans and there is the creator.
David Tennant's Doctor, the 10th Doctor. Because it's no secret that I'm a Doctor Who fan, it's really not. I mean, you can see, it really is staggering. Heck, you know, you compare Doctor Who special effects of 2015. This was right about the time Matt Smith was leaving Doctor Who. Or Peter Capaldi was being replaced. This was kind
of the Doctor Who episode, the Doctor Who story, Destiny of the Daleks, and how essentially it's at this point. That is fantastic for analysing the different writers of classic Doctor Who. It's just fucking brilliant.
I've been reading this book, you know, Doctor Who, the writer's tale, and I love it, and I found out that, yeah, I'm a really good writer, and I mean, okay.
And for the likes of DAM Productions, Doctor Who audio, certain productions, and check my.
But I hope you will return to Doctor Who one day. Maybe not for the 50th. Maybe not for the 75th.
Great episode. There wasn't a great story of Doctor Who, but it was an okay story of Doctor Who. The introduction of Adric, Doctor Who's Wesley Crusher. Hey, we're all just gonna do this! You know, Doctor Who Day, Back to the Future Day. You know, fucking Jim DePay sort of stumbling upon the sort of the Chris Hoyle video productions of Doctor Who stuff. Project Dalek, Project
Rose. And a lot of people like turning Rose on this Doctor Who live journal. It was fairly biased. And that's big. And I have a lot of, you know, non-Doctor Who fans who follow me. You know, because it's just not fucking right. And I mean, as a fan of the BBC and as a Doctor Who fan, I've almost become blasé. And I built CGI Daleks on Blender, and I learned about the mythology of Doctor Who, and I got interested in the mythology of Doctor Who, and I learned
Doctor Who Series 9, Episode 10, Faced the Raven, and Fat Hut.
As he said in that interview, he did the tortured well. Like, when I first watched Doctor Who, I didn't know about
aliens and were sharks and cannibalism and things like that, because that's what Doctor Who fans with regards to Doctor Who. Oncoming Storm podcast episode about the Virgin New Adventures of Doctor Who, which
I don't like having to defend the opinion that actually Doctor Who is crap at the moment, alright? Big stack left to go of just the films, and then I've got Doctor Who DVDs, and I've got the TV series DVDs, I've got... And it was from searching for silly Doctor Who videos on YouTube that I became interested. Autistic 23-year-old male with low testosterone in a fucking Doctor Who t-shirt. Feeling for me is really what Doctor Who fans feel when they're like, oh no, the master is...
Listen out puppies to get acquainted while I rooted out the artificial silver blood. I decided to binge watch Doctor Who somewhere else to give them privacy. So his friends, and this is the Doctor who's no longer defending, he's going out and doing shit. You know, out into the middle of a fucking battle and say, there will be no battle here! A Doctor who can make peace between the humans and the Silurians in a distinct...
someone who dominates and, kind of see virtually every Doctor Who monster, really, because it's just Dalek, Simon...
Dragonoid War arc, and, Doctor Who has recently sort of properly tied up the last Great Time War arc, and...
distracting problems, problems that, for me as a Doctor Who fan and with all these other things, it's just like, yeah. It's a ridiculous reason to get angry. It's Doctor Who, it's a TV show. And yes, it's also aimed at children. Please. Whatever I am, whatever I become to be, Sharks, Doctor Who, Minecraft, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
So, Heaven Sent is a fantastic Doctor Who story where basically it is
11th Doctor Who means I'm going to stop doing that now because Doctor Who numbers make my head hurt. So the Doctor Who website, and I stumbled across the Doctor Who fandom and fanvids, and I started writing fanfiction, and this is a criticism of Doctor Who and of Star Trek that I actually share with the conservative doing the job. This is a Doctor who cares about his friends, and at the same time needs to get okay. I don't know, it's for the kids. But Doctor Who for me isn't a kids show. Doctor Who for me is a show about... I mean, that was part of the appeal of Doctor Who back in the day. It was the escapism of saying, alright, I'm a lonely... When I was on there was someone who posted regularly about essentially Doctor Who essays. And her live journal is Golden Moon Rose.
Complex and deep and geniusly written is because of one scene in Doctor Who that happened to look like a continuity error.
Don't think. Yes, hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a new Doctor Who review. Today we are reviewing Time Heist. So, new Doctor Who. Right. New opening. And it blew my mind.
The only way this would make sense if you were some kind of Doctor Who villain who is just like, I must chart all of the, The Two Doctors, and indeed the most recent Christmas special of Doctor Who. But still, not
Get away, which is, I believe, a line from Neil Gaiman's Doctor Who story, The Doctor's Wife. 50 years and was actually at one point a part of Marvel. And the thing is, Doctor Who has had lots of changes, lots of reboots.
But I love this show. I love Doctor Who, and so fan music of Doctor Who was just brilliant, and I was just.
This is the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who. You've got bloody Mark Gatiss on the Doctor Who Confidential on YouTube saying
At the level of an autistic boy who is relying on Doctor Who to talk to people. You are at a level far, far below. A mysterious doctor, a doctor who can destroy entire universes. A doctor who can run out. Oh, we're gonna take you to see the Doctor Who film in Universe 487. Yeah, it's awesome.
very fervent in my demand and joy of telly. And Doctor Who was just one of those television shows that I happen to love. I mean, with this whole Doctor Who drama that's been going on for years, I just wanted to kind of make a joke about how the fact that he's... Well, look at my shirt, yeah? I'm a Doctor Who fan. I'm forever making protests that I'm not technically actually, and people do want it, and some people do feel lost without it, as we can tell from my Doctor Who example, that there are still people. River because she's awesome, and Simon because he's a doctor who wears suits. He's a pacifist who then, you know, same year Doctor Who came back onto the screens, and for the first time for me, being a writer, I was like, okay, now I want to write for the BBC. I want to, if not Doctor Who, I want to write my own scripted TV. I disassociated myself from Doctor Who. I still listen to, because they're just fucking awesome. Doctor Who, the writers' room, they've just.
And I'm not even a proper nerd by Doctor Who standards. I'm kind of a casual fan by Doctor Who.
Over the fact that in the Arc of Infinity, guns didn't work in the TARDIS. Doctor Who fans can get fucking over. And it's like the Doctor Who thing of there are so many different opinions, and I'm just kind of...
Three-piece suit reclining in an armchair as he smoked a pipe and read a copy of Doctor Who magazine. The seated man glared over the top of his magazine at Frederick.
I don't watch it anymore. I mean, I watch it for Doctor Who and Sherlock. Audiobooks are free to take out from the library, and they had like Doctor Who stories, like Doctor Who and the Dinosaur Invasion, Doctor Who and the...
Starting to be accepted and stuff like this, and you know, like Captain Jack's on Doctor Who and shit like that. But
the weapons. I mean, you know, Doctor Who and Star Trek, this idea that, you know what, when the law says don't interfere, the Sands of Time, the Peter Davison book, I got into Doctor Who through the books, through the darkness of the... And I think... And the Doctor Who fan in me was like, no, bad, but, you know, not really as much of a icon Doctor Who as the Briggs, so, you know.
I also want to see the precedent set so that we can actually, you know, maybe get some decent Doctor Who stories that aren't just...
And I have had people saying they should cancel Doctor Who because it's gone to shit. a good grade comparing like the use of Arthurian mythology in Doctor Who, and it's
you know, in Star Trek and Farscape and Doctor Who and stuff, like, there are aliens, there are time travelers, you know, in Hannah
up against the early Farscape, the Farscape who was basically just me as a Doctor Who fan with all this tech that I'd made in my backyard. So yeah, that's even Peter Capaldi, the Dark Doctor, who does get a very Christopher Eccleston Daleks like.
Sci-Check Night Productions and Mr. Nick Scott has actually made an audio adventure of Doctor Who After Death, so that's cool. Yeah.
Try to catch up, I suppose, on a month's worth of missed episodes of Doctor Who, and they were all fucking to do that. That's not a good way to tell a Doctor Who story. You can't have an entire story be solved by, and the Doctor turns up and solves.
I mean, you know, Doctor Who from, 5 years ago, Doctor Who from the bloody 60s version of the Farscape had been created. That was good. But me, see, Doctor Who helped me personally, not just because it's like the last bit of good Who. The last bit of good Doctor Who. You know, the current series is crap. And with Doctor Who, you can get by because Doctor Who fans are like YouTube trolls. They will watch it, and I'm really not obsessed with Doctor Who, and I really am not going to quote Doctor Who at every opportunity and mention Doctor Who in Doctor Who essays. And she basically does a load of in-depth essay analysis into series 5 and 6 of Doctor Who, and it's fucking amazing.
About isn't doing shit. Who's this old geezer? Which is why the Doctor Who one failed, which is why Ghostbusters would have failed. I mean, out of chaos. And that's what I love. I love Doctor Who fandom because Doctor Who fandom knows how the TARDIS works.
And this is where I'm reminded of Farscape and Doctor Who, because, you know, the second episode of Matt Smith's run of Doctor Who, I went out. I loaded up Word and I started writing a Doctor Who script. Of course,
Cult section, which had some free Doctor Who ebooks on it, and I read Lungbarrow. I read The Dying Days, which is the
I love Doctor Who. I just do, and I'm not obsessed with Doctor Who. I know.
you. Yes, anything TARDIS, anything Doctor Who, you're like that. So we're going to show you all of the Doctor Who test things.
I never talk to anybody who calls themselves a Doctor Who fan anymore, because Doctor Who fans at the moment are being fucking disgraced.
If you can help us in any way, even if it's just sort of saying, I support Doctor Who After Death by
Staggering Stories isn't updating because everybody's ill. The Doctor Who Book Club podcast isn't updating. The Doctor Who Writers Room isn't I'm talking about this very specific type of David Tennant fangirl who don't like Doctor Who, but they like David Tennant. So when you mention Doctor Who,
when I started getting into Doctor Who properly and started discovering the Seventh Doctor and wanted to.
He met up with the Brigadier in the last ever New Adventures. The Brigadier has become so entrenched in Doctor Who mythology.
Exploitation Doctor Who. They could do anything with Doctor Who. That's the whole point. They have no plot. They just go.
I decided to build a Dalek randomly as a New Year's resolution, and then I saw the Easter special of Doctor Who, when the whole "he will not fall" times me. I don't really think about this, okay? His first story that he does for Doctor Who okay, has his first canon story. I'm really glad there's a lot of people who will enjoy this, because I want Doctor Who to be around when I will start liking it again, you know. Human wouldn't have even been made into a series if fans hadn't done that, and Doctor Who kept going and then was brought back because of the fan love. The troll comes up to you and says, "So I hear you like Doctor Who." "Well, I don't," and you just say, "Yeah, he's an arsehole. He's a complete and utter."
You'll be like, okay. Once you leave Doctor Who, you get killed through Doctor Who fanfiction, right? This was part of my whole, 2009 year of Doctor Who, right? Over to Los Angeles for a fucking convention for Doctor Who in the 50th anniversary year, because
There wasn't, I wouldn't need one, because I can watch Doctor Who and Sherlock and the 5 other BBC programmes that I actually like. If the BBC went away, it's Doctor Who. Doctor Who, by the way, a show that I have been railing against for the series I love. A series that I consider the best Doctor Who has ever been. And yet I am ripping the shit into it.
Build a Dalek, and from that I started researching Doctor Who, and I started learning about the Daleks and the...
And I kind of see that, but it's like, you fangirls who will call Doctor Who sexist because they don't have a female. And this is what we're like when we're talking about fucking Doctor Who or comics.
Episodes of The Arrow and the Flash and Supergirl and Doctor Who, and now basically, yeah, get ready to see Draco.
You'll have Spike Tail. Well, I suppose it's the Doctor Who universe, but no.
Like, no, we don't want to do that because there are dedicated Doctor Who fans who do that. It's like, I don't want you to do that, but
We've never had any encounters with alien peoples to keep it the same as our world. Doctor Who expects you to put the dots together.
And Doctor Who is entirely about, revolutions. The Seventh Doctor.
He's gonna be a dude trotting around in a shed who's a fan of Doctor Who, and his TARDIS is actually, well, I wrote.
First one you watch, that's your favourite. That's what I had with Star Trek Voyager. Because before there was Doctor Who for me, because he wanted to do a part for children, and yet Christopher Eccleston's Doctor Who is very much not for children. Okay, it's got burping. Was reading the Doctor Who stories on the Doctor Who cult website. The novels that had been transposed.
Doctor Who connection, yes, because Ziggy's married to Ziggy of Doctor Who. Yes. Christ, I know so much pointless shit.
Panel, with all these Doctor Who fans basically saying, yeah, we're gonna get a female Doctor at this point.
Like Doctor Who, awesome. I don't care if you only like Doctor Who because Matt Smith is fit. Because to be honest, yeah, Matt Smith is fit. I have to say that the narrative you present that, Doctor Who was good because the Doctor was good. Like, third Ogron to the right on, this one episode of Doctor Who in the 1970s, I have to say, as much as I went on about how much I love Doctor Who, one of the aspects I am... Today, I have watched Doctor Who Series 9, Episode 11. And once again, 'cause I'm a flipping tit face. You know, it's only there that they're like, oh, it's stuck. Chameleon circuit. You know, everything about Doctor Who has been in flux except for the.
You want to think about the Doctor Who universe that isn't just ran away from Gallifrey, travels in a who's the Bohemian. You've got the Fifth Doctor, who's the vulnerable Doctor. You've got the Sixth Doctor, who's the violent 80s.
Of them. I mean, part of it wasn't a bad episode of Doctor Who. It was just necessarily a kind of repetitive episode of Doctor Who.
Okay. Yes, this isn't weird at all. I'm reviewing Doctor Who in my dressing gown. Not at all weird. It's like, fuck yes it is!
That you talk about Star Trek, about Doctor Who, about fucking Star Wars, about Battlestar Galactica. I want them to do it equally, right? I didn't get into Doctor Who as a kid. I got into Doctor Who essentially after I had been a kid.
Big thing, and it's kind of why I stopped liking Doctor Who, because the female master came along and everybody I know in the Doctor Who podcast.
Okay, Stephen, not that. The Christopher Eccleston Doctor Who story, Dalek. It's called Dalek, and it's about a Dalek.
He just did it because he was afraid. Like, I can understand Paul Cornell as a Doctor Who fan just being like,
that people start watching Doctor Who because they think the Doctor Who actor is fit, right? Because they're like, well, I suppose, well, the anniversary of Doctor Who, and it's also 2 days before the anniversary.
there will not be a written review of Doctor Who.
This one moment of sacrifice, this one moment of change, and no. The Doctor Who fan in me is just like, no!
Some fish and it wrecked me. I can tell everyone about how Jaws impacted me and how Doctor Who changed my life, but none of it. I actually had it here, but yeah, the title was ripped off a Doctor Who comic book, The Only Good Dalek, but in that...
Or to techno hermits who don't know when to shut up land, or maybe to the Doctor Who fans who've fallen out of love with it,
and the Vesta Narada and the Orphans and every other thing in Doctor Who that hides, because the hiding creatures don't want to kill us. What, guys? It's got a damn sight less faults than Doctor Who has had for the past year and a half.
No, I mean, Lewis said more Lewis, yes. Another Doctor Who connection, yes. Because Ziggy's married to Ziggy of Doctor Who.
Gallifrey 1 is basically the largest dedicated Doctor Who convention in the world, or at least it was at the time of 2013, and for those